morning. Hello. We are here. We are queer.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Oh, today's gonna be a good one, girls.
Tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think.
Samantha Dragonati, bringing us in.
Why don't you want to talk?
Let me set up some tech here. We'll get started.
What's that noise?
All right, we're gonna pause Samantha. We're gonna get started. We're just gonna jump right in because I think it's kind of a, it's kind of one of those videos. Last night in European time, okay, I'm in bed. I'm on my phone, and my Discord is chatting, and then they tell me iDubbbz has dropped a new content cop. Now, I was never an iDubbbz fan, and I never really liked Content Cop, so I never actually got into the lore of it all. But do you know when I started paying attention to iDubbbz was funny enough when Dr. Kirk Honda did his apology assessment. And apparently, talk about bubbles clashing into one another. Dr. Kirk Honda is mentioned today. So that's pretty exciting stuff. What I want to do to kind of introduce this topic to all of us is we're going to cover what happened was iDubbbz made the video go live while Ethan was live. So I want to cover the 20-minute or so section of Ethan realizing iDubbbz just made a video about him, which you can tell he's blindsided. Listen to how Ethan feels about it in the moment. And then we're going to switch over to iDubbbz and watch the actual video because Ethan allegedly does this 4-hour stream and gets 17 minutes into iDubbbz video, and that's it. Because you know Ethan, he'll pause, he'll rant. He never actually just watches a video. This has been his issue with Hassan. This has been his issue with basically every content creator that's had a legitimate issue with Ethan and his content. People have tried to explain to Ethan, Ethan is like your conservative parent who just refuses to accept that they're homophobic because they voted anti-gay marriage because of their religion. They just refuse to engage. You send them videos. You try to deconstruct with them. And they're just like, I don't get your point. I don't see what your point is. And so for Ethan to, again, not watch a full video, not actually get to the video, and then be like, what's his point? I don't get what his point is. What's his point? Ethan is going to Ethan, you know? Human's going to human, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. So this happened yesterday. This was the live stream, and iDubbbz put out the video, and here's Ethan and Dan. Here's Dan about to tell Ethan it's happening. Also, shout out to members. Tiger, I see you. Thank you so much for joining. Shout out to my members. I recorded BoJack, and I'll have a new edited video up for you ASAP. We're going through the whole series. It's been very exciting. It's been a journey, let me tell you. Okay, check this out.
What happened? There's more bad news?
How's that volume?
I do have some more bad news for you. Some breaking news. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well,
It actually can't be. Holy fuck, dude.
it sure is.
Oh my God.
He shook. This is where I got the picture for my thumbnail. Isn't it good? Isn't it good? He shook. Ethan has this habit of burning bridges with a lot of YouTubers. And listen, he has a very common denominator with another debate bro who also is infamous for burning bridges, who Ethan got all of his talking points against Hassan from. The common denominator. You know what I'm saying? Are you really that surprised when you're unethical and people start moving away from you? But Ethan doesn't get it. He doesn't see how he could be the bad guy.
Holy fuck.
And from a quick scrub through, I think, well, it's going to be a little spicy.
Let's watch it. I mean, so like the thing is like this guy went from saying he didn't want to get involved to supporting people calling CPS like associating with people calling CPS my family. An atmosphere where someone like Bad Empanada is being platformed by people like Matt Lieb and Denims, who are friends with.
It looks like they're both in the video.
Check the description.
Oh my God! Like what? Like what?
Look at the description. Oh my God.
Why? What did I do to like fucking like what kind of fucking like bro?
Listen to him. What did I do? Look, Dr. Kirk Honda, psychology in Seattle. Woo woo. Shout out to Dr. Kirk Honda. Woo woo.
What kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys.
Listen to Ethan. What have I done? After everything I did to support you guys, what have I done? First of all, Ethan literally platformed everybody and their mother when the podcast was first coming out, right? Jordan Peterson, iDubbbz. Like during that iDubbbz podcast, if I'm not mistaken, didn't him and Ethan throw around like slurs like hardcore? It doesn't matter. The point is that like Ethan literally is shook. He's like, how could people think this of me? Exactly. You're not introspecting. You're not even considering why this could be happening to you. And instead you become the victim and claim anti-Semitism. It's like, sir.
And like you bring on people who are fucking Denims and Frogan who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list and you're
See, he's still stuck. He's still convinced that hummus joke was anti-Semitic. That's the problem. That's the problem. He's still convinced that hummus joke, he can't get over it. He cannot fathom a reality where that hummus joke was not anti-Semitic. Do you see? This is the bubble. Everyone lives in bubbles. Everybody has their limited perception. Because Ethan has not popped the bubble on the hummus joke, he can't pop the bubble on anything else. So as long as he remains in this belief that that hummus joke was anti-Semitic, there's nothing. You can't do anything to change this person's mind.
You're platforming them and co-signing them. And by the way, to even make it even more crazy, Lena's fighting in your fight.
Chad says, I've been watching Papa Gut recently and thought you and him were pretty similarly opinioned, so I'm surprised that he's been pro Ethan. Papa Gut and I stopped associating with each other because not only did he defend Destiny and call my video drama, okay, but he supports and identifies as a somewhat of a Zionist because he's Jewish and wants an Israeli state, okay, and he supported Ethan, and Teddy Fresh sent Papa Gut merch for supporting him through this process. So I want to make it abundantly clear. No, Papa Gut and I had a falling out months ago, like almost probably, I don't even know how long ago, because of the issues that he kept coming for me. He kept making videos, making fun of me, basically trying to take down Destiny because he kept claiming that it was just drama. I guess when a man is a predator, it's just drama. To Papa Gut. Cool. Disappointed. And I never talked about it publicly, but I guess I will now. Yeah, disappointed. Disappointed in every man that I had a conversation with in DMs to some extent about how Destiny's community has either taken me out of context or even when I try to stand up for myself, them turning it around and telling me I was making a drama. Okay? So many men told me, Brittany, it's not that big of a deal. You're making it so weird. And I don't talk to any of those people anymore. Okay? None of them. That's why you don't hear me saying friend of the show. It's why, you know what I'm saying? No, girl.
Fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually fucking unreal.
Pretty wild.
And it's just so pathetic too. Like, talk about a bandwagon. Like, bro, this is the edgy.
Okay, chat, again, there is no Houthi kid that Hassan platformed. Ethan does not have a good point. If you still believe that was a Houthi terrorist or whatever you want to call him, you are still doing the same thing Ethan is over the hummus thing. How can you not get it? Like, how can you not understand? That kid is not a terrorist. In the same way, Kilmar is not a MS-13 criminal. Do you know what I'm saying? You are falling for propaganda so easily because you just can't get it through your heads. These people are not bad people. Well, maybe not in the way that you think they are. They might be bad in some other ways. You know what I mean? They're just people in middle of like one of the greatest atrocities that humans have faced, okay? Or being picked up by governments and disappeared. And everyone just wants to turn over and literally pretend like, oh yeah, they were bad. I know they're bad. Girl, you're next, girl. We're all next. If we don't stand up against this bullshit. You're not exempt from being targeted by evil governments or genocidal maniacs. And you think you are, you think you're protected because somehow you think, oh, I didn't do anything. These people didn't do anything either. But here they are being targeted, right? Minka, thank you so much for joining memberships. And Yael, welcome to memberships, guys. Thank you.
Cool content. You're trying to make a play to like fucking warm up to. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just fucking mean-spirited.
Can I get clarification on that? Did he invite Lena onto some show or something? I don't understand what this has to do with Lena, which is AB's wife.
Yeah, I'm genuinely in disbelief. I am genuinely in disbelief. And by the way, I know all the criticism that all these people level against me, and there's no shot that this video holds any fucking water. I'll watch the whole thing. I don't.
Lena is in Creator Clash 3. Oh, she's participating in Creator Clash. She's fighting him. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, does Lena only represent Ethan? Maybe Lena was invited as her own separate entity? I don't know.
Don't give a fuck. Oh, and great, you got psychology in Seattle. My 10 out of 10 perfect
Dr. Kirk Honda in the house.
apology.
Wait, listen to what he said about Dr. Kirk.
Apology in Seattle. My 10 out of 10 perfect apology.
It could be in jeopardy, dude.
This is actually.
It could be in jeopardy.
This is actually fucking unbelievable. People were like, oh, he's doing a content cop. I was like, oh, okay. The best guess I heard was like, oh, maybe he's doing it on Kick. Maybe he's doing it on Kick. I said the C word.
Wow.
Bro, wait, if you just hit the audio, it's more confusing.
Well, I just. Right.
Whatever. They'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, I guess that one doesn't work.
Okay, Chad says Dr. Kirk is pretty supportive of Ethan's ability to change and recover. It was sweet. I mean, Dr. Kirk is in hope that everyone will recover, even, horrible people. Obviously, he's a therapist. Obviously, I also hold out for Ethan to get better, but the man won't change. So we got to take a stand. We're living in the most fascist era of American, modern civilization, and you guys are so fucking not seeing the bigger picture here. Ethan is literally adjacent to fascism. He's literally making friends with them over progressives because he can't take a hummus joke. At some point, we have to be able to say, maybe not, girl. Maybe this isn't the move. I know your feelings are hurt. I know you feel attacked, but maybe this isn't it. Maybe this isn't the move. You know what I'm saying? So again, I just want to make it abundantly clear. When they all start knocking on doors and coming for us, I just want to make it abundantly clear. Okay? Look at the way the Trump administration basically made a deal with Netanyahu to come after anti-Semites. And Ethan is pushing that propaganda. Ethan is adding to the environment that allows the Trump administration to knock on your doors because, quote, you're an anti-Semite. Just for saying Israel bad because they're genociding Palestine. I want to make it abundantly clear that people who are even adjacent to supporting these people who are being wrongfully deported could be seen as complicit. So you can go ahead and keep paying my bills by commenting in my comment section that I'm delusional, but you're not paying attention to the news, or you think they're not going to pick you. You're going to be exempt from this process, just like all of the other immigrants who voted for Trump, who are getting picked up, didn't think it would happen to them. Sure, girl. Sure. So Ethan's feelings were hurt by a bunch of YouTubers, and now he's creating basically propaganda that coincides with the Trump administration and Israel. Good job, bro. Right side of history for sure. Super sarcastic right now. Super sarcastic. I'm being sarcastic.
I said the C word, so I hit the audio. I can't believe how fucking insane this is.
Nothing happened yet. P.S. He's saying, I can't believe how insane this is. Nothing's happened. All he did was see that iDubbbz made a content cop and shouted out certain people in the description. That's all that's happened. And Ethan's like, this is crazy. Whoa, this is crazy. What's crazy? Nothing's happened yet. He hasn't even seen the video yet.
Holy shit, bro. I mean, people that watch this show know how much I've stood up for him during that whole time when the entire internet was accusing Anissa of being some succubus, and the amount that we.
Yeah, Chet says, I hope Ethan watches to the end of the video. I don't know if he will because he didn't do it during this live stream. He got 17 minutes into the video. Ethan never fully watches anyone's videos or criticisms of him because he can't handle it. It's too triggering for him. He should have somebody in his life who watches it and then helps him get through it. Because look, as a content creator, sometimes it's really scary when people make a video about you. But then when you watch it, you realize, oh, okay, I can either use this to learn or I can I can go through the points that were wrong about me, right? But Ethan always says he doesn't watch the full thing.
We went to bat for him, stuck our necks out for him, promoted both of his fucking boxing events, like with our whole chest. How is it that he's going to ally with someone like Denims and Frogan? And no,
Oh, yes, Denims and Frogan, the worst people on the internet. What the fuck? Like, you might have issues with Frogan, which, by the way, Americans are so sensitive to some of the things that she has said, which is so ironic because you're not sensitive when you end up making friends with Israel, who's genociding Palestinians. But okay. And Denims, do we hate Denims? What? Don't we like Denims? I have no opinion on Denims yet. I haven't watched her. I haven't even watched Frogan, really. But from what I've seen, okay, we've already covered Frogan. I've already explained her points and explained that it's very common to make fun of the U.S. military. I don't know where you guys are from, but in America, have you never heard of the 1970s? You never heard of the Vietnam War? Never heard of protests? Y'all act like Americans have never protested the U.S. government and its military or something. What are you, new? Were you just born in 2004? Okay. And then Denims, what's wrong with Denims? What are you mad at Denims for?
Noah Sampson.
Woo woo, Noah?
Noah Sampson, who says I'm.
Looks like he makes an appearance.
And-
Wait, Chad said Denims did say calling CPS was deserved. I didn't see that clip. I heard that she was saying that maybe it's not going to impact the kids, which was wrong. Okay. But obviously, like, no one needs to call CPS on Ethan's kids. I want to make that abundantly clear. But I do not have any data that she said that. And I feel like that's not true. So someone better send me a timestamp or something because I have no proof that Denim said that. And I feel like haters are going to say she said that, but I don't think she said that.
Matt
Yeah,
Lieb.
too. Yeah.
How
The whole gang.
How
It's the whole gang.
I'm genuinely in shock.
Chad says, aren't you a mental health advocate? Why are you defending Frogan praying for veterans to get PTSD? Because it's literally not literal. It's not literally what you think it is. Because she views military soldiers who go in to kill civilians as murderers. It's like saying, you guys will literally wish like the most heinous fucking torture on people that offend your own religions or your own status. America is an incredibly violent world. The world is incredibly violent, but America uses violence for justification. Y'all wanted death upon Frogan for talking shit on US soldiers. It's the same shit. Don't act like you're better than Frogan when all of America propaganda is all violent rhetoric. Okay? Her wishing PTSD on people is better than you wishing death on her. But at the end of the day, it's all petty. That's what it is. It's petty streamer language. It's not good. But who's Frogan? She's not some political leader. Okay? You hold Frogan to a higher standard than y'all are holding Trump. And that's the point of bullshit on the internet. You are holding streamers to a higher standard. Who is Frogan? She's entertainment. Don't watch it. But at the end of the day, like, okay, I'm focused on what Trump is doing, not what Frogan is doing. From an entertainment perspective, yeah, maybe we wouldn't say that. I don't wish PTSD on anybody, for the record. I don't. But I understand what she's saying in the same way I understand when conservatives say, go bomb that country, they pissed off. I know they pissed me off. I know why you're saying that, but that's not the answer. The answer isn't to wish bad on other people. That's never the answer. But you act like Frogan is different in this way. Ben Shapiro literally tweeted, Jordan Peterson literally tweeted, go get them. Decimate Palestine. Okay? Conservatives will literally vouch for violent rhetoric as long as it's against people they don't like. But God forbid a woman, say PTSD. Okay? So no. You cannot act like you're better than Frogan. I can act like I'm better than Frogan because I would never wish PTSD on anybody. But you can't because I know you're wishing violence on people. I just know it. Because that's the typical answer to everyone's solution is violence.
I cannot believe what a fucking cowardly, bandwagony, shitty fucking move this is. I'm just in disbelief. I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
And by the way, to my mods, if there's any in audience, you can let the haters stay in chat because they pay the bills. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Hate away. But if anyone throws around a slur, if anyone throws around anything that's anti-TOS, if anyone spams like links or something, you can ban them, block them forever. But like, listen to me, okay? At most, you can mute people. But welcome. Haters, please pay my bills. I appreciate you all, okay? I stand on principle here. I stand on my values here. But I'm open to dialogue. You can comment away in my chat, girl. But I'm right, and I know it. And you can be wrong and loud in my comments. I don't mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think. I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
I mean, that's true.
I'm
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
Of course not. Because I know that
you're
whatever,
understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little.
I think that for me to show, like, I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me.
Ooh, except you avoid it at every turn, except you never watch the content, except you literally can't handle it because you're still mad over a hummus joke. A hummus joke. A hummus joke. A hummus joke.
I'm just,
Fair enough.
I'm in disbelief. Why would you do this to Lena of all people? Like, what the fuck is she supposed to do? She's been training. You couldn't at least wait till after Creator Clash? You didn't even think to give her a heads up? AB fought in 2 of your things, man. Don't you feel like some obligation to them?
Maybe
I checked.
Maybe he's defending you.
I checked my phone. Ian did just message me. He said, "I'm sorry to put you in the position."
Wow, what a fucking nice guy. Just message you now.
He said he dragged me when I was already unhappy with what was going on. I didn't appreciate that, especially since he refused to get on the phone with me.
What?
It was meant to go live before the show, but I was having technical difficulties. Again, I'm sorry you're caught in the middle. And I know you tried to de-escalate, but it's clear Ethan isn't interested in de-escalating.
De-escalate? I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like?
See,
he's actually losing.
I don't blame Ethan from a human to human perspective, expecting people to defend him. Listen to me when I say this. As a YouTuber, people rarely come to your defense because they know if you go down, they go down. It's pretty risky to defend people, even if they're right. And sometimes people wait till after the fact. But it's the fact that Ethan's like, why don't I have any friends? Why doesn't anybody stand up for me? Have you ever thought that maybe you're not worth standing up for? Did you ever think that maybe the risk is too high? Did you ever think that maybe they disagree with you? Did you ever think that maybe you were wrong? Did you ever think like maybe you're right, but they can't risk it? You're too much of a risk? Like, did you ever think like Ethan never considers that maybe people can't? And Hassan, for his credit, did stand up for Ethan. Because I remember watching a video of Hassan's audience saying Ethan's going to be a right winger, Ethan's going to be a Republican, and Hassan saying, no, you guys don't get it. Ethan's just hurt. He'll come around. He's fine. He'll come around. And then he didn't come around. How many times do we have to go out on a limb for these people thinking they'll do it. They'll turn around. They'll be a good person. They'll realize they were wrong. And then they didn't. And this has happened to me. This has happened to Hassan. Funny enough, this is so ironic. Like this is you know what I mean? Like this is the problem, okay? Okay, if you guys spam in my chat, I will block you. So you can pick and choose your battles right now, girls. Do not write the same comment a bunch of times in my chat. I will block you faster than your mom. Ever, Brittany? I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be better, girl. I was going to say faster than your mom came last night. But, you know, for the record, I didn't see your mom last night. Okay, girl. But, like, you know, I got to be better. I got to be better.
His shit and make, like, I just can't believe it, dude.
Should call him up. Call him up right now.
This is like the most cowardly, insane flip shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, I genuinely can't believe it. Like, this guy is actually trying to make his comeback.
And for the record, for the chat being like, this is a mental health advocate, you know, Nazis also have PTSD. Does that mean we don't hold them accountable for gassing the Jews? Y'all think you're so pro-Jews until you side with the Nazis. If you're so pro-Jew, stop siding with Nazis. That's the irony. Okay? As I'm not a mental health professional, and I need that to be abundantly clear. Your therapist can help a Nazi get over their PTSD. I'm not a therapist. I'm a person. Okay? So if you have PTSD and you're a Nazi, you can go to a therapist. You don't come to a YouTuber, okay? Because I'm not here to defend Nazis. Okay? Stop being anti-Semitic by supporting Nazi propaganda, which you are doing. Like, ironically enough. Nothing more poetic, right? When you live long enough to become the bad guy. Just because Israel as a government lived long enough to become the bad guy, regardless of their ethnic background, they are genociding Palestinians. And no matter who is doing it, it's bad. Genocide bad, guys. Super brave take. Thank you. Thank you. Super brave take from Brittany Simon today. Genocide bad, no matter who's doing it. So brave.
Back on the back of this insanity.
Well, Noah said it. It's the industrial complex is strong right now. Baby.
I just expected
Also, I'm
better.
sure this is all going to get clipped, and I love that I'm looking like this for all this.
At least I don't have black hair.
Listen, people are like, how can you call Jews Nazis? Because you think Nazi means German. You think Nazi means Hitler adjacent. Nazi is about fascism. Same reason Christians will cry, victim when they are the fascists. Christians will pretend they're a victim because they've been targeted in history like the Jews have. But when you start becoming a fascist, it doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter if you were a victim 50 years ago. You're being a fascist now. You're creating victims. America is heading in a Christian nationalistic direction. They are becoming the bad guys, whether they want to say they're for Jesus or not for Jesus. So again, you can think Nazi means German. Nazi means fascist. That's what we're focusing on, kids. That's what the word means right now. And Israel, fascism. America, fascism. Let's not pretend. So for Ethan to defend Israel or America and their supportive Israeli occupation, okay, fascism. That's the correlation. I don't know if I need to hold your hand when I explain it to you again for the 8th time, but that is the correlation, kids. That is the connection. That is what we're trying to say. Stop supporting fascism because somebody hurts your feelings on a stream.
True.
The thing is, like, he just went on an apology tour being like, all of the content cops I made were mean-spirited and bad. And I'm taking down all of them, even the ones about Rice Gum and Leafy. But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking
What
Jew
if this-
bag.
What if this one isn't mean? I don't know.
It's impossible looking at who he's thinking.
Right, yeah.
It's impossible. Oh my god, dude. This is beyond fucking unreal. This is unreal, man. The thing is, like, everybody in my fan base already knows everything that these people are going to say. So, like, it's not going to affect me.
P.S. We're not watching Ethan watching iDubbbz because for 4 hours, he doesn't get through the whole video. We're going to watch Content Cop in a second. I just want you to see how Ethan reacts to it. And then we're going to go to the actual video. Because, again, for this 4-hour stream, Ethan doesn't even get through the video. Because he can't. He can't stomach it. And then he goes, what's iDubbbz? What's the point iDubbbz is even making? iDubbbz isn't even making a point. Yeah, because you're 17 minutes in, bro. Get to the end of the video. He can't sit through an hour-long video about himself. He can't.
It's just for him to get, like, kudos off the back of these psychopaths. What about Hila? Oh, she's on the way?
Oh, yeah, she said she's coming to the office. She's leaving the house now, she said.
Oh, about this?
Hila calls into the show, right? I just want to get to that part and then we'll continue. You know what? Let me 1.2 it, girl. Let me make it a little faster for us.
Yeah.
Oh, she's going to be pissed, bro. These people, man. I can't.
This is how he felt about Philip DeFranco, about what's that really famous singer he was friends with for a second. He's like, why does Phil hate me? Why don't these people talk to me? You literally showed up on Phil's stream during the election and said Zionist. Like, he literally puts everybody in his sphere in danger because he doesn't understand how to keep his mouth closed. Yeah, Post Malone, thank you. He's like, why don't these people want to be my friend? Because you're literally the kid everybody brings to the party and vouches for, and then you ruin the party for everybody else. That's Ethan.
Genuinely shocked. Like, I'm genuinely fucking shocked.
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it now?
I suggested that.
I think we should.
Go ahead. You can suggest. I'm open to suggestions.
Just in terms of, like, it being in the moment, maybe do we want to watch it off and then talk about it on Friday?
Personally.
Okay, Chad says, I feel bad for AB, to be honest. He's always been very vocally in support of Palestine. Yeah, but, like, at the end of the day, right? Like, how much is Ethan on? Like, I get it. Like, you know, but also, like, how much is this man paying you? Like, I get it, though. Everyone stays a little too long around bad people, but, like, for how long, really? Or does AB disagree with Ethan in some capacity? I don't know. Like, at this point, it's been so long. Is AB in support of Ethan, or is he in support? I can't decide. Now, listen, when it comes down to our jobs, we all have jobs we don't agree with to some extent, right? But at the same time, I don't know what the point of this is from AB's perspective. But, you know, I get it, okay? Yeah, with the super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I wanted to give some memberships, but I don't want the haters to get one. So next time, like the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
God, it's so stupid that I even need to fucking react to this shit now. Like, I've been trying not to, like, interface
You don't
with all
have
this.
to. Oh, Ethan, you have free will. You don't have to. Well, can he access the free will, though? He doesn't have to react to it. Listen, Amy's like, oh, I can't believe I have to react to this. You don't have to. Isn't that ironic? You don't have to do it. He's like, no, I have to. No, I have to. You don't have to.
shit, especially all these little scumbag channels that like have been making videos about me, and now he's forcing this conversation to continue and platforming this group of fucking psychopaths, minus Kirk, legend, 10 out of 10. I'm in pure disbelief, man. What do you guys mean? Call him now? I haven't even seen the video. Why would I call him?
Because I had suggested.
You know what? Again, I wouldn't ask AB to put his livelihood at risk because I get it. Minority status. We're sitting here. We're trying to make life under capitalism. It's hard as it is, right? But at the same time, you know, is he in a position of privilege enough to move on to something else? Or does he just agree with Ethan? I don't know, girl. Like, I'm not trying to come for, you know, people in positions of like, I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure where I'm allowed to be. It's the same conversation around military soldiers. Like, if the poor joins the military to get out of poverty, are they a part of the military industrial complex? Maybe. I mean, to some capacity, we all engage in harm. Universal harm. Me, you, all of us. All of us engage in harm. Every time you bring a baby into the universe, you put that baby in a position to grow up to be a person that is going to, in some way, contribute harm to the universe because we're living beings on a planet, right? So at the end of the day, really, the nuance here is that it's not so easy to figure out, but there will come a moment when you might have to. And that's, you know, when is that? Who knows?
Suggested that a minute ago.
Nobody.
He was saying that you wouldn't take his phone call.
I would call him. I just need to know what the fuck he's going to say in it. I personally think it's kind of a play of supreme confidence that I'm willing to watch it right now, because once again, there's nothing he can say that hasn't already been debunked. Is he actually taking the Zionist path on this? Is he actually doing that?
I haven't watched his video, so.
Wait, what?
Zionist path on this? He can say that hasn't already been debunked. Is he actually taking the Zionist path on this? Is he actually doing that?
I haven't watched his video, so.
But like, I mean, judging by the people he's,
probably. Yeah, that seems like a fair assumption based off of the credits here. So yeah.
Dude, this is unreal. Let's do a poll. I see people are. I can do it now.
They're
gonna
tell
say
you-
watch.
They're going to tell you to
There's
watch
no
it,
point for a
obviously.
poll.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. They can say watch.
I just think, you know.
Well, if Hila's coming. By
Yeah,
the way,
for
we got
sure.
to change the title.
I understand your impulse. I just think.
That clickbait is nothing compared to what we got now.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's actually that's a pretty good title considering.
Yeah.
iDubbbz made me quit YouTube.
Oh man,
My very first YouTube video on my channel was why iDubbbz will never content cop H3H3.
oh AB,
AB, why
you
did
can
you
never
do
make
this?
definitive statements like that.
Well, he didn't realize that I'm actually Israeli. He didn't know that fucking Hila did mandatory service and that I
wait.
lived in Israel.
Zoom out. It's because it's private, AB. If you
Star Killer. Killa? Why iDubbbz will never content cop H3H3? Oh.
hadn't private
Oh, that's AB. Wait, now I'm confused.
because he probably searched first to see if anybody had forbidden that, but it's private, so.
I genuinely. There's just so many reasons that this is insane. I'm genuinely at a loss here. Like, wow.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should do it off stream. Because I feel like, I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was, but
It was the froggy guy.
Did he message Lena or just you? Because like, she's a human being too, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just gagged. I'm sorry. Ethan is so funny. He's so unintentionally funny when he's trying to be serious. He's like, Lena's a person too. Yeah, bro, Lena's a person too whose family had to try to get out of Lebanon as we were bombing it. Israel was bombing it. Yeah, bro. Like, he cares about Lena so much.
I don't know.
And this is about her. She's the one fighting. Why is he apologizing to you? Like, say sorry to her, you dumb fuck.
He might have. She's in the bathroom.
Dude, this is so fucked up.
Bummer, man. Had some funny videos in here, and we're going to talk about Olivia watching Lord of the Rings.
I don't mean
watch it,
to
Olivia?
make it
Just watch
about
the first half.
I don't mean to make it about us, but man, I do feel bad for.
And by the way, for Chad saying being a Jew doesn't make you a Zionist, we know that. But Ethan is a Zionist, not because he's Jewish, but because of the way he says Jewish people deserve a place to call home. i.e. Zionism, i.e. Israel. Like, guys, we know that. There are so many amazing Jewish advocates, so many amazing Jewish people that are standing up for Palestine, that are speaking out against Zionism, right? Ethan is just a Zionist. Like, he can think he's not, but he literally just is, right? Like, again, he just is, okay? All of us on planet Earth globally should have a place to call home. Ethan is a Zionist. He in every way for the last 2 years has basically created content that allows Israel to feel more empowered, or people who are fans of Israel, to move Palestinians out of that area because they claim they need a safe place to live. What about Palestinians, my bros? What about Palestinians? The fact that Ethan has chosen during this era, this June, he wants to go to Israel to show you what a beautiful place it is, how diverse it is, how free it is. Okay, bro, sure. That's kind of crazy to do that right now, though. Like, in every capacity, right? So, of course, they're amazing Jewish advocates. Of course, they're amazing Jewish people. We love Jewish people. No problem with Jewish people. Got a little bit of a problem with Zionists. It's a little cringe. It's a little weird. It's a little fucking weird. Okay? Everyone globally should have a safe place to call home. Every single person on this planet deserves a safe space to call home. Everyone.
Lena, I had the full support of the whole audience the first time, and it was still so tough.
Yeah.
She's worked so hard.
And I know Ethan offered, to buy her out previously, but she doesn't feel right taking, that large amount of money from Ethan for nothing. So it's just a shitty situation.
Yeah.
Listen, and I'm not going to fucking begrudge Lena's hard work already. So I said then, and I'll say it now. Like, if she wants to fight, I support her. She's worked hard, and she should go have her moment, right? 100%.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell her that she has to quit, but I'm sure from a personal POV, she's going to feel like she's fucked either way.
Yeah.
She's been afraid of that she's going to get booed, which I don't think is going to happen. But
Dude,
That'd be fucked.
When Lena goes out there, I'll be there screaming. Okay.
There you go.
why would he do this? Why?
Yeah.
Like, and why so urgent? When is this creator clash happening?
June?
In June.
June.
I mean, if Ela's coming, I feel like we got to watch it. Or, well, we'll see. What's the poll?
I think you and Lena, or you and Ela can watch it if you really want to. I didn't put up a poll. There's no point putting up a poll. The poll's going to tell you that you should watch it. The people obviously want to see that. I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated. Which, like,
Bro,
not
that guy's
that.
been in my house like many times.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's pretty. You guys were
He
buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time, like, "Hey, dude, we should talk this out." And I was like, "I don't feel like having this conversation right now."
Oh, so iDubbbz did reach out, and Ethan was like, nah. Cool. Actually happens a lot more frequently than you would think.
That's it.
No,
This is like straight up clout chasing.
I thought
What
you
is
did
this?
talk with him at one point, or was it that you talked with Anissa?
I was chatting with Anissa.
Oh, okay.
And then it came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, "Hey, I'm not getting involved."
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
Oh yeah, because it was his editor, Froggy psychopath.
Yeah.
That's what it happened. Their editor was saying psycho shit about Ela and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, "Damn, bro, you're not even gonna say anything? Like, what the hell?" That's crazy, dude.
Well, considering they made this video, sounds like they endorse him 100%.
You know what the show often felt like in the beginning, which was so nice, was a bunch of friends talking. You know what made it worse as it went on? It sounded like a bunch of friends talking. Like, y'all should be more professional and take this off air. It kind of feels like I'm listening to a group of friends talking, except it's not just in private. We're watching it. That's the weirdness of Ethan's show and the way that H3 has devolved. Like, I've been watching Ethan for years now, right? Like, again, it's like, it's nice in a parasocial way to be like, oh my God, I love my favorite streamer. It's such a vibe. But now it's weird. Like, now it's weird where I'm like, you're like 40. Why is this on the internet? But that's why the audience feels so attached to Ethan. That's talk about utilizing parasociality, because he's letting us in on the behind the scenes. Like, he's letting us in on it. So now we feel, oh, what an interesting way. Yeah, to utilize that parasociality. I mean, it really works. It really works. That's interesting.
Say what?
I said, since they made this video, it seems like they endorsed Froggy Tonic then.
Yeah, it seems like they agree.
This is their response to that.
It sounds like they think Ela's a baby killer, which is crazy considering they've.
And then I'm not trying to defend them, but based on what they were saying on their show, is for them to get involved, we're staying out of getting too involved in this in general, the conflict. So if they're first start talking about it and they're calling out someone who's pro-Palestinian, then that's going to reflect on them like they're taking a stance in the conflict overall, which is why I always say even talking about this in general is just such a shit show because
they don't want to take a stance overall. What is this? They're doing a video with Hassan Denham, Sean DeBlack, Frogan, Noah Sampson, and Matt Lieb.
Oh, I mean,
that's like the
taking a stance
ensemble
now.
of disgusting.
You know who's not there?
Who?
Mike from PA.
Whoa, Mike from PA, what a bitch. Yo, you didn't even make it into this this pathetic.
There is the silver lining.
That's so funny, actually.
Damn.
I think that's so funny. Mike, do you see how pathetic you are? You weren't invited.
Never the bride, always the bridesmaid.
Damn.
Always, man.
It's tough.
Every time I look at you, you remind me of him.
Me too.
Me?
Just with the hair.
Oh, well, I got to abandon ship. I got to abandon ship
Don't-
immediately.
Oh.
No. Can remind you of Mike from PA?
You're Dan. You're Dan from LA.
Damn from LA. That's right.
I'm flabbergasted.
So I'm kind of at a loss
And once
for
again,
words
like
right now.
the thing is, this isn't going to do anything to me because we've already been having this conversation for like
Don't
2
speak
years
so
now.
soon. Yeah, I don't know. It
So it's
does
literally
kind of
just
feel a
for
little
him.
like added to the pile, you know?
It's literally just for
We're just gonna listen for a few more minutes. Ela's gonna call in just a second here,
clout. I can't believe it did.
and then we're gonna watch Content Cop.
I feel bad for Lena and AB. You guys show some love to Lena because
I
like
feel the worst for my Arab employees who have to sit here and watch me push Zionist propaganda every day as Palestinians are getting genocided and Lebanon's being targeted and Muslims all over the world are being, targeted and claimed to be terrorists by people that are Islamophobic. Yes. I'm sure he feels very bad for them.
this really sucks for her. Lena, she shouldn't feel bad or scared. You know what I mean? Like she did nothing wrong.
She's anxious in general. You guys could be fine and she'll still be anxious, but this is just
Yeah, of course I know.
Yeah, it's kind of next level.
Well, yeah. As I said to the audience, because she did get some shit last time when we were talking about it. She doesn't really have a choice. She put in the money. She's gonna do it. Like that's
Well, they say we'll pay you back,
right. The
which
fighters
is
get
kind of fucking
reimbursed.
weird. I don't
Yeah.
know why they wouldn't just pay you up front for that. I mean, it's just so cowardly when like everybody's dogpiling on me like this.
See that? Everyone's so cowardly. Everyone's dogpiling on me. Bro, you ran a campaign to get them deplatformed. Rogan and Hassan, you literally called for them to get deplatformed. And he's like, why is everyone attacking me? Why is everyone coming up against me? Why are people, God forbid, unionizing like this? Like they're, why are people advocating for their right to stay on a platform? You accuse everybody of being anti-Semitic. You literally went for people. You literally wanted them to get deplatformed. You wanted to see them not get paid. You literally painted them as horrible people, as terrorist supporters. Hello? What is Ethan talking about? How can he even have the audacity to feel attacked right now? Because that's what they do. They play the victim. Okay, they meeting men. I'm just No, but real. Men are so good at playing victim, girl. Don't even get me started. Anyway, no, we're not going to go on that route. You know what I'm saying? Okay. He's so good at it, though. He's so good. Yeah, cry bullying. He's a cry bully, bro. He's a cry bully.
This is the time to make a content cop. I thought it was supposed to be like,
Bandwagon.
I can't, bro, I can't. This is next level. Wow.
Oh,
This conversation.
Like, he acts like he didn't just send a cease and desist to Noah Sampson. Like, he acts like he didn't just send, like, a cease and desist to him, which is a threat to everybody in the platform that has any opinion of Ethan. Like, Ethan doesn't understand. He's threatening people, and then he's upset people are trying to stand up for themselves before it gets worse. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. What a new era of civilization we are entering, which, by the way, is a repeat of history. We know this. Again, you keep thinking the Trump administration's not going to come for you because you voted for him. He's going to get you too, girly. He already has. He's already started picking up his people who have supported him simply because they're too brown. Don't get it twisted. Ethan will come for you too. Okay? He loves you when you support him, but God forbid you disagree with him. He'll put a target on your back just as much as anybody else.
You're
I
coming
was putting
back.
my weight back on. I got distracted.
This conversation is so pointless too, because like if I like you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go make like a well-reasoned H3 video response, but like it doesn't matter because everybody's already entrenched in this conversation, and he's appealing to like Hassan fans. then nothing matters. It's just like more fucking pointless shit. Just when I try to escape, they
Ooh, chat trying to be spicy. Says men are good at being victims, proceeds to defend Noah Samson. Oh, almost like it's not all men. You think half the population is bad? I don't think men are bad for simply being men. Do you think men are bad for simply being men? Because I don't believe that. But it sounds like you might, which in that case, girl, take your misandry somewhere else. Okay? Don't try to be spicy with me. Obviously, men aren't born bad. They're conditioned to be bad by their environments. And they uphold the patriarchy by engaging in cry bullying. Thanks for paying my bills. Like the stream, guys.
pull me back in. I really was trying to move on from this conversation. Isn't that crazy?
Who knows? Maybe it's like the Rice Gum content cop was called Jake Paul content cop, and he's like, psych.
No, it's not.
It's really on Psychology in Seattle.
It's on Dan.
Oh no!
That goddamn A+.
Oh no!
Hassan is already watching it live, of course. Well, I mean, obviously, he watches Bad Empanada videos live.
I can't stand Hassan.
Watching the new iDubbbz content cop, by the way. Now he's like the darling of the left. He was the N-word guy.
Right.
Hey.
Yeah, and he had a huge humbling. See, people are mad at iDubbbz for admitting he was wrong. People were mad at Ethan for even going more left. Yes, people will be mad at you when you stand up and you change and you grow. Yes, congratulations. This is very common in addiction circles. When you become sober, your friends are like, what, you think you're better than me? No, but I want to be healthier. Okay? Or maybe I think I'm better than you a little bit if I become less fascist. You know what I mean? But okay. Yeah, iDubbbz, maybe not perfect, is attempting to right the wrongs that he committed. Unlike Ethan, who tried to right some wrongs and then was like, that's enough. I'm good, which is, very human. We all get to a certain point and then we're like, okay, I'm done deconstructing. Ethan deconstructed just enough. And then him and Hassan had a moment together. And then he was like, I'm not going to keep deconstructing though. And Hassan's like, are you sure? Because there's more to deconstruct. And Ethan's like, nah, I'm good. And okay, well, if you're not going to further deconstruct, then we're going to criticize you because you're still engaging in uplifting really bad systems. But, choices were made. And Ethan's just like, I can't believe people are mad at me for not deconstructing further. Well, it is what it is. You make a living calling out people. We make a living calling out people. It's a cycle. He's just mad he's a target. Well, deconstruct.
Hey, guys, I'm not the N-word guy anymore. I'm one of you. Fuck this Jew-bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
Come on, guys.
Wow, Dan. Trying to be based?
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it.
This is not, I do not support this message that anybody should hate anybody for the way they're born or who they are.
Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually.
Well, okay, see, that's Israeli propaganda. Israeli propaganda is we have a right to defend ourselves. Because that's not what's happening, is it? Genociding a whole civilization, like a whole population of civilians is not self-defense. Okay? A guy punching you and then you going to his home and killing his whole family is not self-defense. Just for the fucking record.
All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian?
I don't know. I think you should just watch the video and then respond.
Yeah.
Again.
And look, I'm setting up a character assessment of Ethan right now, right? He's 45 minutes into this live stream, about 20 minutes into this segment, and he just hasn't watched the video, but he's assuming everything that it is. And maybe he's wrong, maybe he's right. Or maybe it's just time for him to realize, like, hey, even iDubbbz, bro, the N-word guy, has a problem with you. Maybe we should reassess ourselves, maybe.
Well, there's no shot that
And by the way, I'm sure iDubbbz really hates that he's known as the N-word guy. I'm sure that's really fucking annoying. But to be fair, he was indeed the N-word guy. You know what I mean? Like, no, iDubbbz can't be out here and feel like I don't want to be known as that guy. Well, you should have thought about that before you posted the N-word. You know what I mean? Like, that's the, what I'm saying? So at least iDubbbz doesn't complain about it because he knows why he built that reputation for himself, which is he's trying to right his wrongs. And as long as iDubbbz doesn't get mad that people reference him as that, iDubbbz will always be better than Ethan. Because Ethan gets angry when people reference him for the things that he's done. But like, that's what you built your reputation on. That's what made you rich. So yeah.
I'm not going to be able to do just ignore it now. That's weird, right?
On today's episode, I mean, we could just talk about Lord of the Rings.
Let me get a
That sounds
taste of
kinda
it.
nice.
Let me get a taste of it. The first time I get pissed, I'll turn it off.
Wow.
If I start to get too,
Wow. So he's willing to engage in content. He's willing to watch whatever people send him. But the minute he gets pissed, he'll turn it off. You know what I'm saying? Ethan cannot handle it. He's fine to make a living, making millions of dollars, taking down small content creators and sending cease and desist letters. But God forbid he watches a video by a guy he used to call a friend.
some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect. I guess that would be comforting if there was some explanation at least. Do the poll, actually. I'm curious if
Okay, hold on. Let me forward it.
'Cause
2
if it's like-
seconds.
Explanation prize for you?
Because Hila's gonna call.
Simply because I don't think innocent Israelis should be killed, right?
Oh, yes. That's the only reason we have problems with Ethan, right? Just like y'all have no nuance in your conversations, right? Nobody's willing to admit you can love a country and still find it to be bad. You can love your family and still know it's dysfunctional. That's our relationship with the world. We love our homes. We still think we're dysfunctional. And that's the problem. Okay? Chess says, girl, you're making assumptions just like him before watching. Before watching what, girl? What have I made an assumption about? What have I made an assumption about? Go ahead. Tell me.
He's a conservative now. And they want that to be so bad. They're just poisoning every leftist circle for you to ever associate with and leaving the only option open to you to have any friendly discourse with anybody is conservatives. Obviously, my opinions on everything has not changed one sec. I've been consistent basically since the beginning of, doing this podcast, in my opinion. So obviously I'm not conservative. That's insane. My opinion is only that.
Well, he'll be conservative eventually because as things move towards left, being more of the, liberal is centristy to a progressive because liberals are adjacent to centrist belief, just like libertarians are closer to the right wing, but also closer to centrist. So eventually Ethan might be considered conservative because these things change as people change. Once progressivism becomes a little bit more mainstream and, people grow up and it becomes more, quote, of the norm because older generations will die, eventually Ethan's position of defending Israel will be seen as conservative. He just doesn't want to accept it.
Israelis shouldn't kill themselves or shouldn't die. Israelis.
Nobody wants Jewish people to die. Nobody wants anybody to die. But that's kind of the problem. If you ask Israeli propagandists, Israeli podcasts have bragged that 99% of Israeli people would want to genocide Palestinians. So Israel's got to do better at its reputation or something. Because as of right now, your reputation coming from your sources, people who've worked with Netanyahu, have said they would press a button if they could to kill all Palestinian people. It's not us making it up. You're telling us, and we're like, okay, well, that sounds bad. That sounds awful. And that's not that abnormal because if you asked Americans after 9/11, would they kill all Iraqis? They would say yes. Humans are violent animals evolved over millions of years, and we have evolved into tribes that justify violence of another tribe because we think we're ultimately better people. And the illusion I want you to deconstruct is that anybody is anything more than a person trying to do their best, and we are failing to do better. We have to be better than our ancestors. And that means less violent. We have to be less violent. There's no justification for genocide. There's hardly a justification for war. I mean, war in of itself is men pitting civilians against each other, taking your men, kidnapping your teenage boys to die in uniforms for countries that do not care about them. But convinces you that you want to wear that uniform and you want to protect your country because that's what a good man would do. If men cared about men's lives, they would start by protecting boys from being basically seduced and brainwashed into the military. And this is coming from somebody with 4 brothers who have served. In some capacity, I've had 4 brothers in uniforms. I have even entered a recruiter's office myself many, many years ago. So let me tell you this, as somebody who grew up in that bubble, who believed in the USA propaganda, I'm telling you right now, deconstructing is not easy, and I will keep deconstructing until the day I die, right? But they are brainwashing you to convince you that the only way to be a good person is to kill other people in other countries. Violence is always the answer to people who want to control you. Stop advocating for violence.
Civilians.
Side
Camilla, welcome to memberships. I see you, girl.
note, Nicole Concilio just texted me. I just sent you an Uber Eats gift card so you and Lena could have dinner tonight on me.
Oh,
Who's that?
That's so nice.
Oh,
Lena's best friend.
Oh, that's very
That's so
sweet.
sweet.
Yeah, that's good.
What am I? I don't know how to do this.
Should I watch the video? Let me call Elon, see if she's. I don't know if she's coming here for this.
Okay,
or
we're
what.
almost done. I just want to get Ela on the phone.
No.
But what I was going to say is like
Courting?
doing
Courting?
anything. I'm not saying anything differently.
Courting?
Because now it's going to be like the quartering and all these people that come out and be like,
iDubbbz is a cook.
yeah, exactly. Something I've never said that I defended him all. Hey, Hila. Hello? Oh, something happened. Hold on.
Wow, great.
Well, there's that.
Hey,
You're coming here?
yes, I am.
Oh, she's on the air.
Yeah, obviously you're live. Did you you're coming here because of this content cop? Okay.
I told you.
Your thoughts on this?
So this is why I'm not going to watch the whole stream with you guys. You can watch it on your own if you want. I think what's important here is to set it up for the content cop video. So Hila is driving into the studio because another YouTuber made a video about them. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying in real time, these millionaires are like, oh, somebody made a video about me. I have to drive into work so we can talk about it. They are making money off of our views and pretending that they care because they're standing up for something that's really important to them while cry bullying other people. And they're like 40. So you know what I'm saying? Like we have got to mature by the time we reach 40. But I get it. It's a great moment to make a lot of money. But let me set this up for you. The reason why people have to make content about them, just talking about like you're not serious about helping marginalized communities. You are only serious about benefiting off marginalized communities to maintain some sort of status where you can punch down on them. Because that's what you're doing when you take offense to a hummus joke. That is what you're doing. You do not care about these marginalized communities. You only care about pretending to be one when it fits your agenda. And Jewish people in general are a marginalized community. There's like, what, 10 million of them? As an Assyrian myself, there's not very many of us around. I get it, right? Semite to Semite, I get it, girl. But also, okay, we have got to own the fact that our communities will cry, bully, and play victim and justify hurting other communities because we feel marginalized. I grew up my whole life with Christian Assyrians, with Catholic Assyrians, feeling victimized by the Muslim world to the point where they justified our attack in Iraq, even though we're Iraqi. My parents are from Iraq. They were born there. My family, most of them were born in Iraq. And yet during 9/11, they justified going into there and destroying it because they thought they were saving people from these horrible Muslim people. We are not exempt. We are all the problem. All of us. And yes, have people been marginalized? Yes. Were a lot of my family members killed by Saddam and his army? Yes. Were a lot of people targeted? Yes. So why are we continuing to target people because they've targeted us? Because the only way we've learned to cope in the world is to slap back. And yet these Christian religions, these Muslim religions, everyone thinks they believe in. What do they say? An eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. Girl, slow down. It's not like Ethan is a peace bringer. To be fair, most of us didn't grow up with peace bringer or boomer parents, so I get it. I know why you feel attacked by the world. Everyone has a story about feeling attacked. But why are we attacking back? Defend yourself without attacking. Can you figure out how to do this? Now, if you have somebody who's truly bad coming after you, then maybe you can defend in a way that feels like an attack. But Ethan at this point should realize not everybody who's coming after him is genuinely attacking him. Some of them are just genuinely standing up for themselves as he has advocated for them to get themselves deplatformed, to be dubbed terrorist or anti-Semitic people. Like this isn't what we want. This isn't what we want, right? This isn't the answer. But Ethan can't see that. So yes, people will still make content about him. But we have to say something. And God knows, maybe one of you, maybe the 400 of you watching right now will hear me say something that pops a bubble and makes you realize like, oh shit, I see it now. I didn't see why everyone was mad at Ethan before, but now I see it. Oh, I didn't get it, but now I get it. Maybe today's the day, girl. Maybe today's the day you came into my chat, pro Ethan, and you leave understanding Ethan isn't the victim here. Ethan is the bully. Or maybe not. Maybe not.
So far, I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not.
I know I'm having an internal debate too, and with myself, if we should do it now or not, because on the one hand, I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself.
Ooh, what are they fired up about? What does that mean? What does Hila mean when she says, iDubbbz posted a video with us in the title, I'm so fired up right now? Ooh, what's that about? What do you think she's feeling? Can we talk about that feeling? Why do you feel that way? Why don't you feel sad? Why don't you feel scared? Why don't you feel disappointed? Why don't you feel, what is it? Right? Chet says they were friends. Okay, YouTubers are not real friends. It is very rare for YouTubers to be real friends. And this is why It's bullshit. Everything is bullshit on the internet. And I don't know how many times I'm going to say this to you because no one's going to believe me. Half of y'all's favorite YouTube groups of friends are just doing it for content, guys. They're not really friends. Okay? You're social friends. In the same way that Jeff Bezos, when he gets married to Lauren Sanchez or whatever her name is, what's her name? Sanchez? Is that right? They're not going to have friends at the wedding. They're going to have people that are networking with them. Okay? These aren't real friends. These are networking friends. These are work friends. Okay? Real friends, this isn't supposed to be how it is. Now, real friends can get into fights. Real friends can talk shit about each other. Real friends, okay, to me, real friends can fight with you. Real friends can disagree with you. But YouTubers doing this kind of shit it's not about real friends. Okay? In my opinion. And that's why, just a reminder to call her out again, Destiny did that. That's how Destiny tried to throw me under the bus. He's like, Brittany was my friend. Whoa, that's a big word. Okay, casual, worker friends. And that's why it annoyed me when I made a video about Destiny trying to explain how bad it was. Because I was simply a coworker. Girl, we weren't even close like that. But that's how he twisted everybody's. That's why I got harassed by his community. Because he's like, Brittany was my friend. Okay, this is what Ethan is doing. This is what you're all doing. Oh, but this was my friend. Friend is a very interesting term on YouTube. Friend is a term, it's really good for views. It makes everybody feel like they're with you. But it's very weird. It's a very weird term, and I don't trust it on YouTube. I don't trust it from YouTubers that I don't talk to in private for long lengths of time where they get to know me and my family. Like, if you're my friend, do you even know my partner's name? Do you even know my name? Do you even know my family's name? Do you know, like, anything about me? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, my friends know things about my life. Most of the YouTube people I talk to don't know anything about me. They do not talk to me in private. And if we talk in private, it's always about work. So, I don't know. Ethan and iDubbbz, were they friends? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe in the way everyone's friends in kindergarten. But I don't know, girl.
Which is why I'm coming. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in live.
That's the Hila kind of spitting.
On the third
Kind of spitting right now.
my son is already watching it live from.
Chad says iDubbbz mentions that Ethan is the one who treated the relationship as transactional. Well, Ethan said that. Ethan literally said on stream one time, oh, my real friends, like the oldest friends I've had, I barely have time to see them. And then there's like my YouTube friends. Ethan knows friend is a very loose term YouTubers use. Okay? It's a very loose term. Okay? So everyone should just watch this as content creators having a falling out during a work situation that was somewhat personal, because work is sometimes personal. You don't fuck around with your coworkers. This is a coworker debacle. YouTubers fighting is coworker drama. This is work drama. We are watching work drama mixed in with activism.
Promoting it, everything.
Yeah, of course.
And on the fourth hand that I wish I had, I mean, who gives a fuck, you know?
No, it doesn't. Like I said, it's not going to affect us at all, because our community's already been having this conversation, and everybody who's still watching understands that these people are insane.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Are they
also, I think
insane?
it's kind of Sigma just to go in raw.
Right.
Sigma.
Or
It's,
Ligma.
it's Ligma.
Or Ligma.
More like Ligma.
How far are you?
I just left because it took me a minute to get. I'm bringing the dogs and everything, so it took me a minute to get ready.
Good. Bring the support animals.
But if you want to start watching, you can. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys want.
Well, so I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna see. Let's do the poll. Let's see like how much percent yes it is.
Should Ethan watch the iDub videos? Just yes or no?
I can't believe I'm on the
feel like
phone
that's
with
a
a
bad
Zionist
poll.
baby killer, Ela.
Yeah, I know.
Should Ethan watch the video?
I'm
Look, again, just to put it in another perspective, when people call Ela a Zionist, like baby killer, whatever, a Palestinian baby killer, whatever they're calling her, okay? They're saying you participated in a military effort to harass towns, the UW terrorist towns, that you were excited to go on trips to go see, of people that were probably not literally terrorists, but you dubbed them terrorists in order to feel justified in harassing these villages. And that connects you to the participation of killing civilian babies. It's the same way that Americans, when they protested after Vietnam, protested American soldiers and called them murderers. Because at the end of the day, military soldiers, cops, people in uniform are given power to murder you without justice being served. Remember that every day. You vote for and continue to support an administration that says that cops are basically going to get immunity, okay? And if anyone hurts a cop, it's a federal offense, right? Remember that they are saying your neighbors, your people who are just wearing different clothes than you, get a certain level of power over you. And so if those people feel grumpy that day, they're upset that day, they're racist that day, they're whatever that day, they're allowed to target you and hurt you. God forbid you protect yourselves. This isn't a Liam Neeson movie or a Keanu Reeves movie where you think, oh, this is the point in the movie where I'm going to stand up for myself and the corrupt cops are going to get theirs. No, girl, this is real life where you just get killed, where you get sent off to a different prison in a different place. This isn't a Keanu Reeves movie. Liam Neeson's not going to come save you, girl. They're just going to take you. And while your wife cries on national television, okay, they're going to laugh at her. They're going to make fun of her. They're going to blame her. So remember this when they come for your sons. Remember this when they come from your daughters. And remember this while they sit there at their $1 million homes making up or doing these streams or their studios, talking about how am I participating in the system? Because you're literally doing propaganda for it. Listen, all of us are guilty of paying taxes to bad governments, of participating in some capacity to the harm around the world. All of us. We all buy fast fashion, which we shouldn't be doing. We eat animals from factory farmings, which we shouldn't be doing. We are participating in harm around the universe. None of us are exempt, but some of us are not harm reducing. Some of us are not actually trying to be less bad. Some of us are digging our heels into the sand and not even attempting to deconstruct. And that's the problem. Okay? That's the problem. We need to learn and accept we are not born into a perfect world and accept it will never be perfect because no one will be perfect. So it can't be perfect. It's a reflection of us. And try our best to do good every day. Ethan isn't attempting to do that. Ethan isn't waking up and thinking, how do I take the bigger road here? How do I do better today? Instead, he's purely defensive and bullies and punches down. The cease and desist to Noah Samson, that's a bad precedent to set for YouTubers. It's a bad precedent to set for free speech. It's a bad precedent all around. Especially Ethan, who has said so many things against so many people. It's bad for all of us.
I'm sure
Right
this video
now.
is going to help
Yes.
the state of my being online, because it already is. Like, every time I post, it's like, the raider of Ramallah is, that's what they call me.
That's the part I can't believe is like he's just doing a dog pile. It's like a needless dog pile just to fucking win like clout with these actual like tanky losers.
Yeah.
And I feel so bad for Lena. Like she's not doing well, and understandably, that's really fucked. All right, well, I guess I'll see you when I see you, and you're listening, so you'll know what we do end up doing.
I mean, it's really irresponsible of him. I feel like at this point he needs to pay her and have her not do it and pay her still.
That would be good. You should at least do that, right?
Well, the thing is, it would screw over the other fighter that Lena's fighting.
Oh, AB's saying it would screw over the other fighter too. But I mean,
I still pay them too. Welcome
Yeah.
to the club of owning a business, you know? He wants to be a responsible adult, apparently. All of a sudden, he like cares so much. He started to care so much, he can't stop caring.
he just discovered empathy.
He forgot to care about Lena.
Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way. And
Yeah.
and that only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops, and they should all be murdered.
I love that. That's my favorite thing people throw around. Dr. Kirkanda, speaking of him, said this the other day too. People like to throw around that attack, like you lack empathy, you lack empathy. You guys, it's a universal experience to lack some form of empathy. We all have a limit on our empathy, but most people are empathetic. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we're saying. We're saying like most people know what empathy is and experience it. They just don't have it for all people because it's very hard to put yourself in other people's shoes when you don't get it. Okay? Chat saying, is Brittany saying that Muslim men have raped, murdered, and oppressed women and children, then it's okay for people to target any Muslim as guilty of these crimes? No, I'm literally saying the opposite. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, that's what Ethan is saying. Ethan is saying because a few Palestinian people on October 7th raped and murdered people, now we get to genocide all of Palestine. And I'm saying no. Absolutely not. Okay? You can't target a whole group of people because a couple people in the group suck. Okay? Absolutely not.
Put the poll up, Dan. Don't be shy.
Put the poll up if they should pay Lena
okay,
and the fighter and cancel this.
Well, I said yes, watch it now, or no, watch it off there, then talk about it.
Yes, watch it now. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
That's
You're not going to
fair.
tell me that's a bad poll.
No, that's fair.
Okay.
I'm going to forward this a bit.
All right.
Home and watch.
I would
It's
want them
called
to.
sports.
It's so annoying though that I got to go home and watch this stupid fucking video and then like.
Oh, see, so this is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make a point. I'm trying to get you to understand Ethan's character. See how he's like, this is so annoying. I have to go home and watch this video. It's so annoying. I have to watch it for work. It's so you don't have to engage with it. And it's not like you ever do it anyways. You're a multimillionaire whose job is to watch content and talk shit on people. And yet, God forbid, you watch an hour-long video from a guy you used to call a friend. This is what I'm trying to explain to you about Ethan. I'm trying to say he will make any excuse to complain and play victim when he makes a living doing the same thing to other people. Don't you get it? He does the same thing to other people. And he's like, what? I can't believe people are doing this to me. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean?
Come back and watch it again. It's just so stupid, dude. And I know what all these people say. The fact that he has cameos from Hassan Denims, Sean DeBlack, Frogan, Noah Sampson, and Matt Lieb.
Chaz says, for the sake of the LGBTQ rights, you will survive and thrive in Israel, but you will get instantly killed in countries you are supporting for this trend. I don't think homophobic people should be genocided. I want to make it abundantly clear. I don't want homophobes killed. I want them to deconstruct. I want every homophobic person right now, anyone who's a part of a misogynistic, bigoted religion, to deconstruct that religion. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to cause you harm. I want you to exist in the world that I exist in. And remember that Europe is putting out travel warnings for people coming from Europe to the United States because the United States is targeting LGBTQIA people. So do not get it twisted, okay? Israel is no safer than anywhere else in the world that hates and already internalizes bigotry and projects it onto all of us. I'm not any safer anywhere else. I'm only as safe as the people around me. And the people around me, they can make it safer, but you refuse to. It's not about being Muslim when Christians are targeting gay people right now. They've been calling trans people groomer for how many years when their churches are littered with pedophiles? So don't sit here in my chat and act like you're so brave for talking about how Muslims are homophobic. Anyone under the patriarchy, okay, who upholds patriarchal beliefs that says women are second-class citizens, they're already dealing with their own shit. And of course that transcends and usually translates to LGBT or homophobic or transphobic rhetoric. I'm right and you're wrong, but you're going to continue to think you're right because you won't deconstruct. Okay?
It's fucking nuts.
I was checking out Lena in the bathroom. Did you say Psychology in Seattle as well?
Yeah. That's the one that hits. That's the one that hits the hardest.
Yeah.
You know, that one really hits hard. I'm gonna have to get him disbarred for that. This is highly inappropriate.
Disbarred?
Or I don't know what it calls when you're a psychologist.
Malpractice.
Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm not.
What?
I'm sure his.
What? Did he just threaten Dr. Kirkonda?
I'm gonna have to get him disbarred for that.
What?
In Seattle as well?
Yeah. That's the one that hits. That's the one that hits the hardest.
Yeah.
You know what, Ethan? When Ethan first mentioned Dr. Kirk, I was like, oh no, Dr. Kirk, protect yourself against Ethan. Protect yourself against Ethan. See how he jokes? I'm gonna get Dr. Kirkonda in trouble. You better leave Dr. Kirkonda alone.
You know, that one really hits hard. I'm gonna have to get him disbarred for that.
Yeah, the joke isn't funny. Chat's like, he's joking. Well, it's a little less funny when he's sending cease and desist letters to Noah Sampson. I know he thinks he's joking, but honestly, I wouldn't put it past Ethan. He wanted Hassan deplatformed, Frogan deplatformed. He sent a cease and desist to Noah Sampson, and now he's calling this a pile, like they're piling on him. Yeah, he might be joking right now, but in 6 months, he might be serious.
This is highly inappropriate. Or I don't know what it calls when you're a psychologist.
Malpractice.
Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm sure his.
Chad's saying, fuck off. You know that Gaza is more dangerous than here? Yeah, Gaza is dangerous because Israel keeps throwing bombs at them. I wouldn't want to be in Gaza right now. I'd be hit by a bomb. Yeah, Gaza is really dangerous right now. That's why it's called a genocide. That's why we're afraid for people living there. Okay? Muslim people are like your Christian homophobic parents. Muslims are not different than Christians. Muslims have gay people in their families too. And they're just like your annoying mother and father that are like, Bati, please follow God, don't be gay. They're not different. You thinking Muslim people are killing gay people at a higher rate than Christians? Y'all need to get off your propaganda. What is this, 2001?
Involvement is something silly. Yeah, dude. All right, well, anyway, I'll see you when you get here regardless. All right, bye.
Okay, let's go ahead. So now I've painted a picture of Ethan's character for you girls, okay? I've painted a picture of Ethan's character. Okay, now we're gonna watch iDubbbz Content Cop. Because that's really what this is about today, girly. Okay? Ethan didn't even watch the video. The reason I'm not covering the Ethan stream is because it's 4 hours and he gets literally 17 minutes into the iDubbbz video. Listen to me when I say this. He makes you sit there for 3 hours during a live stream, almost 4 hours, and doesn't get 17 minutes into iDubbbz's video. So no, we're not going to watch Ethan cover it because he doesn't cover it. He runs away from it. But let's watch iDubbbz cover it because that sounds much more fun. And it was highly requested by my audience. Thank you guys for being here. Like the stream.
Destination, the beach is surprising. Destination, the beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
How's the volume?
Big gun.
Him. Just kidding. That's a joke.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's Content Nuke, and I'm not going to call it Context Puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist.
For my autistics in the audience, myself included, I believe this is what we call sarcasm.
Fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the Content Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up. Ethan, wake up.
Oh my God, everybody's here.
Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not going to do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Okay.
I love Sabra Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
Okay. Oh God.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years.
Dog whistle, red flag. My good fucking friends. Oh my God, Ethan and Destiny really should make out because they use the same rhetoric. My good friends. By whose metric? Like, I want to know the metric of how y'all are such good friends. You know what I mean? I just don't believe it, okay? Even if iDubbbz is like, he was my friend. Okay, could we all go back to what friends are? Because, like, I'm very confused. And listen, like I said, your friends can disagree with you. Your friends can betray you. I know what happened between Guts, okay, and Griffith. I've seen friends betray friends. I've been betrayed by friends. I get it, girl, okay? It's been 20 years, but I've been there. I get it, okay? I'm just trying to make you understand. When YouTubers say that, it's a huge red flag to me. Because I know it's been weaponized against me in a situation where I'm like, okay, we relax with that word friends. Like, as if it gives you status. Hey, if your friend is supporting fucking Israel, maybe stop the friendships. For real, for real. For real, for real. Maybe if your friend is defending genocide, end a friendship, okay? Silver, thank you so much for the super chat. Like the stream, y'all. Like the stream. Thank you.
Years, can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who
do we want it at 1.2? How are my neurodivergents in the chat doing? Is this too slow? I feel like it's a little slow, but I'm a very neurodivergent. I watch everything on 1.5. You know what I'm saying?
Not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan,
let me do 1.2. Let me do 1.2.
Is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers, you trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dancing invented was okay, yeah.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
It's just eating.
And it literally happened. Like, it literally happened. Okay.
The toppings. The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy, and that's fine.
Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Maria, thank you so much. Says great stream. Brittany, thanks for always being a real one. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer. So this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, Bibi fired.
No, he skipped the best part. I can't wait to show you guys the real Israel. I can't wait to show you guys. This is what I'm saying. This is the bullshit of the propaganda that Ethan is pushing out. This is Zionist propaganda. This is the problem. And I don't know how, I know I can't get it through to people. I know you can't pop a bubble unless you want to, right? You can't deconstruct unless you want to, right? You can't figure it out unless you want to, right? But it's the same way that Trump voters can't admit he's being such a fascist leader right now, because to them, it's just like it's not happening, right? Ethan is looking at Israel the same way. The fact that he said recently he wants to take us to Israel for us to see what Israel is really like and not what Hassan is saying tells you he disagrees with Hassan's assessment, which means he's a Zionist, which means he supports Israel. How hard is this to understand? Has Israel not genocided the Palestinians? Have they not made it so they can't come back to their homes? Have they not made deals with the U.S. military or the U.S. government to create a situation where it's now going to be turned into some Trump fantasy of a resort, right? Have you not seen it in front of you? Have you not been watching the speeches? Have you not been watching? What has Hassan said about Israel that hasn't come true? Especially since Ethan right now is saying that, like, oh, Israel isn't the way Hassan says it is. In what way is it not the way Hassan has said it is? Tell me.
A really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits. And everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Milhouse, fucking dork.
Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this. It's stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed, my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered, colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his
guys, delete your Twitter.
Employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out.
Actually, this is so funny because I was watching another YouTuber who was trying to point out that fact. Oh, you know who I was watching Brian Beard. Love them. I was watching Ryan and Ryan was pointing this out. Like, people will pick up usernames from random Reddits and not realize they're troll accounts. Half of the people you're arguing with on Twitter are bots. Like, you guys need to touch grass. Like, Ethan needs to touch grass. Like, are you even talking to a real person?
They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own.
And by the way, this is true for larger communities as well. This happened to me. I'm saying this has happened to me where I realized there were people. This is like what I learned after being the Debate Bro bubble is there are literal communities, because my communities are always great. You guys are great. There are communities dedicated to making their favorite streamer crash out. There are people who will make YouTubers fight against each other just for the lulz. And Ethan is falling for it. Ethan is literally giving into it. And it's so interesting. I didn't know this was happening. I'm such an innocent little I did not know. But then I learned because I was the target of it. And I was like, what is happening? Why are people doing this? And then I realized, like, oh, they do it for fun. They're sadists. They do it for fun. And Ethan is falling for it.
Own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
And Instagram stories.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and IDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God.
Yeah, most of the people don't keep tabs on you. A lot of the YouTubers who you're quote friends with, they're not watching your content. I mean, to be fair, like a lot of your real life friends aren't watching your content. Like a lot of them aren't keeping up with you just because like you're keeping up with you. But like that, another part of the bubble pop, like you think people are keeping track, they're not. You would be amazed at how little some people keep track of things that are going on. But when they do reach out, when there is contact, it's like, okay, are you going to do something or no? And look, yeah, end friendships, move on from people when they don't do what's right. It's not about standing up for Ethan. It's about doing what's right. And Ethan doesn't understand they have different values. I can't stand up for my friend who does bad. And look, I've had friends who have asked me that. I've had people who say like, I want you to stand up for me. And I was like, oh, but I think you're doing something bad. So no. And they're like, but we're friends. And I was like, yeah, our friendship, our relationship, even if I'm related to you, I can't stand up for you if you're doing something bad, right? That's not how people operate in a lot of bubbles. You know that saying, like, your best friend is somebody you can bury a body with? My best friend is somebody who wouldn't kill anybody. Don't put me in a position to bury a body with you, ho. With peace and love. Okay? So, like, no. But, like, people have come into my life and expected me to, like, stand. That's actually, if you guys remember, why Destiny had his crash out. Because I was on stream saying, don't take relationship advice from him. He cheats on all his partners. He's abusive. And he was like, I can't believe Brittany said that about me. We're friends. Okay, we're not that friendly. Okay, if you want to know the real lore, you can go back and watch him crash out on stream because I said, don't take relationship advice from this man. Which, if you're even slightly my friend or a coworker, and you don't think I'm allowed to say that when you literally have a reputation that you know what I'm saying, girl? Don't take relationship advice from Destiny. Don't take it from Sneeko. I've said this every fucking time I've talked about these men. And the reason the bridges burned was because these men don't want to face themselves. It is what it is. But see how they make it about like you? Ethan makes it about them. Like these people are insane. These people would murder you. You want to say something. You want to be on my side, but you won't because you're afraid. It's like, no, dude. No. Chat says maybe stop projecting past Destiny experiences on Ethan. Nope, because they're in the same. They're in the same category. It took me years to process why Destiny sent all of his haters at me, why he harassed me, why he targeted women. And look, Destiny and I, we were just professional. No intimacy. We were in relationships when we physically met in real life. I've never done anything inappropriate with him. I've never been anything more than a professional coworker with him. We have been, and I didn't understand why he crashed out on me. He crashed out on me the same reason Ethan is crashing out on everyone else. They deserve each other. Keemstar, Ethan, Destiny, Boogie. Do not get it twisted. That these people are all in the same category. And as much as Ethan tries to pull himself away from these lolcows, tries to pretend he's better than Keemstar, absolutely not. Absolutely. You guys are all in the same category of lolcow. You will all throw anyone under the bus the moment they call you out on anything. The moment. Absolutely not. They are the same people. And this is what you have to understand.
That is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by.
I have seen so much random hate for iDubbbz because he became more progressive. And people are like, this guy's sold out. This guy's not as good as he used to be. Man, I loved him when he said the N-word. It's like, that's crazy. I never watched iDubbbz before because I didn't like his content, right? And I still don't watch him now in that sense. But I mean, I know who he is. I appreciate his progressive deconstruction. I appreciate his bubble pop. I appreciate his direction he's going in. But it's so ironic that the internet is mad at him for not being the guy he used to be. See how people don't want change? They don't want you to grow because they're not growing. God forbid a person realized they were doing bad. Because people literally walk around every day and feel like a good person, which I understand. We've evolved over millions of years to feel like, hey, we must be alive for a reason. We must be here for a reason. That we are good people, right? Everyone thinks they're a good person. I mean, Hitler thought he was a good person, right? Maybe he should have stuck to painting, but he thought he was a good person. Maybe he was, maybe in some ways, but not really. What is a good person, really? But the idea is like, we can all do less bad. All of us need to work on doing less bad. And I think that's much more important than doing more good, because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Remember that the road to hell is paved with your good intentions. Stop having so many good intentions and try to be less bad today, girls.
iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very...
Ooh, this person said the streamer needs views so bad she won't ban anyone. Oh my God, true. Bye.
Pathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me, like, an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and
you know what's ironic? Trisha's co-host just got in trouble for something too. Did you see that? I'm not going to go into it, but it is interesting when you're in these dynamics, like who's responsible for what. And if you're friends with them or work with them, are you responsible for what they say? And like her guy, I don't know his name because I don't watch Trisha like that, but he went on his TikTok. That's where it came up on my feed. And he was like, this does not represent my employer. And I was like, oh, like, that's so interesting where, he has to come out and say, like, this isn't about Trisha, this is about me. And this is a difficult part of YouTube content creation. I mean, honestly, collabs are great, but collabs are also very difficult because it's like, oh, if I collab with this person, am I supposed to then say I agree with everything they're saying? And that's the question, right? Like, that's the issue.
he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. It's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. What is it, 3 years later? You're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. huh, it's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really.
Yeah, I thought Adam McIntyre was talking about the Queen, and it was a joke. You know, I think people get really sensitive about the kids stuff, but that's why some content creators make the decision to never have their kids on the internet, right? But like, let's be real, Trisha uses her kids for content. So like, people are gonna like. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a red flag when parents use their kids for content for a reason, right? But I think Adam was making a joke about the Queen. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to like point out. I'm not trying to take Adam's side or something. I'm just trying to say like, I don't know if this is what they think it is, right?
Something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet, unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything. But like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you.
Yeah, I really. As I age into my 36th year, let me tell you, I am really very specific about friendships where friendship doesn't mean anything if you're all on the wrong side of history. You know, like friendship is good and I love you, but like now we know why the Civil War happened, y'all. Because brother fought brother. Because y'all decided to, you know, support the wrong side of history. Like we're acting like humans are so perfect. We're so imperfect. We're so imperfect as a species. But like it sucks that we're even putting each other in this position. But Ethan can't see himself as somebody putting his friends in a position. He can't see it. You know what I mean? But it's not. It's more than this. This is like, I don't understand why. Well, humans are going to human. That's the answer. Ugh, that's not exciting. But Ethan can't see it, and that's so interesting. Who could pop Ethan's bubble except for Ethan? Ethan doesn't want to pop his bubble. That's why he won't see it.
You like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Okay, Olivia did not do anything, and
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm...
That's what Ethan never does. He never acknowledges his role in the situation. It's always somebody else's fault.
Ethan is to Olivia.
Same as Boogie, same as Keem, same as Destiny, same as Ethan. It's never their fault. It's always somebody else's fault. None of them take responsibility.
And saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because like why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course.
Exactly. Doing the right thing, guys, you don't do the right thing because other people are doing the right thing. You do the right thing even when other people aren't doing the right thing. You do the right thing even if everybody else is doing the wrong thing. Hila should be standing up for her because it's her values, not because she stood up for her. You know how many women I've stood up for who have attacked me and slandered me on the internet, who I don't even like as people, but I've stood up for them when they were being harassed because at the end of the day, like, it's bad no matter what. And by the way, if you really want some lore, you want some fucking lore, okay, for my audience who doesn't know, here's some fucking lore. When I made my video about Destiny, I stood up for the women he harassed. And when Abba reached out to me and said, hey, Britt, I heard I was in one of your videos. And I said, uh-huh. He goes, what's up? And I said, well, I don't know if you're paying attention, but Destiny is harassing people and abusing people, and it's really bad. And he said, well, I don't know if it's that bad if he's abusing abusive people, like Kelly Jean. And I said, Kelly Jean's a bad person, but that doesn't mean she deserves to be harassed. And she was, remember, shamed for being a rape victim. Just a reminder that the harassment came from Destiny's mod in the form of mocking her for being a rape victim and saying she deserved it. And so I told Abba, who I used to really like, and I thought was a casual coworker friend, you need to make a decision in a way. Are you going to keep supporting Destiny? And he said, it's not big enough for me to end the friendship with him. And I'm sorry that you see it that way, but I have no beef with you. I was like, I have no beef with you, except that you're promoting and standing up for Destiny. And I'm saying it's too far. You didn't stand up for me when Destiny came for me. You thought it was petty beef. You're not going to stand up for Kelly Jean or anybody else. You're not going to stand up for values. And then what caused Abba to finally burn the bridge? He didn't say that it was because Destiny was a bad person or a predator. He said it was because he let the goonification get to his brain. Abba, after we ended our friendship, our coworker friendship, okay? He didn't come out and make a video saying Destiny was a predator. He came out and said Destiny was bad for business. And that's why he's burning the bridge. So yeah, men who uphold the patriarchy, men who let their friends get away with bad behavior, men who even when women come to them and say like, hey bro, what's up? Are you sure? Downplay the abuse because it happened to another toxic girl. I don't care who it happened to. And that sucks because I was really hoping. I was rooting for Sneeko and Destiny and Abba and all these men to get better because I've heard my whole life nobody cares about men. Nobody cares about men's growth. Well, I wanted to believe in men's growth the same way I believe in every gender's growth. And did it happen? No. They doubled down. And that sucked. And you know what's worse? Is even when Hassan reviewed and saw my video come out, he wrote me off as an orbiter. When all I was a regular content creator who happened to run in the circles because my audience wanted me to collab with other people. And that's fine that Hassan wrote me off because I don't expect much from men. But that really sucks since I had one of the cleanest reputations when engaging in that community. I never slept with anyone. I never engaged with anyone romantically. I never did anything but stay professional. And because of that, right? Like, it's bullshit. And I'm not saying these women who slept with Destiny can't come forward because they did that. You're allowed to have sex with anyone you want to have sex with. Okay? I want to make that abundantly clear. You're allowed to consent to sex you want to have sex with. No judgment. Okay? No slut shaming in my audience. I'm just saying it's interesting how easily you get written off. Right? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. So be careful when these people say they're your friends. Be careful when these people want you to defend them when they're being bad. Be careful, be careful, be careful. You can't trust these people because they don't care enough to deconstruct the situation to even consider that they played a role in the first place. That's the problem. All people should consider they might be a part of the problem. And if I don't hear you considering it, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
So I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
I mean,
Like just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll show.
Friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating.
iDubbbz put a little edit in the video that said over half of their current and former employees follow Denims.
In this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends
in a
with
minute.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship.
See? Oh, let's go, iDubbbz. Let's fucking go, iDubbbz. Exactly. It's like an internet friendship. There's a difference, you know? Internet friendship is just different. Like coworker friendship. Y'all ever been friends with a coworker, y'all? You know how many coworkers I've had over my life that I was friends with, and maybe they came to my house, maybe they never met my partner, maybe they never came over. Like, it's like, I don't know if Gen Z just doesn't understand the differences or who's confused about the differences, millennials or who. But Ethan's a millennial. He's old. He should know better. Like, yeah, classmate friendship, exactly. Like school friends, work friends, like We're friends because we're around each other. And then there's friendships that grow after you communicate and negotiate. How deep do you want this friendship? How close do you want to be? What about my life do you want to know about? How much exchange do you want? And look, maybe that's my autism right there. But we got to negotiate what you expect out of this friendship. And what connection do you expect of me? Because, like, you know?
We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both.
This reminds me of Shia LaBeouf. You know how the Even Stevens, Christina, whatever her name is, Ren, people were like, I thought you guys were friends. And she goes, look, we were coworkers. I didn't even know him. I just knew he was crashing out. I mean, same thing we just read. I'm glad my mom died. Jeanette McCurdy. She's like, yeah, like friendships are interesting. Like they're not always the way you think they are. Especially the age differences here make such a big difference. And like how long you know each other. What does it feel like? Like, again, friendship is not what anyone thinks it is, especially in a world where you're not even allowed to negotiate or say like, how close of a friend or how intimate do you want us to be? What do you expect of your friends? Like, we don't grow up in a world where you're supposed to, you know, actually sit down and say, you know, just like you would in a romantic relationship, what do you expect of me in a friendship? That's why I do it. And if you don't like it, we don't have to be friends. But like, what do you expect? And I need to know if I can consent to it. Because if you expect me to defend you, even when you're a terrible person, we don't need to be friends. I will not defend you, whether you're my friend or not, if you do terrible things, period. And terrible is subjective, but it's based off values. So no.
Both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot.
What is that joke? Why did he show, isn't that Andrew? Yeah, why did he show Andrew Tate? Enemy. Ew. No, you can't have friends that are friends with Andrew Tate. See, in my year of 2025, FKA Twigs, in the year of FKA Twigs, okay, our Lord and Savior, no. Like, you can't be having friendships with traffickers. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean? We're not going to do that in the year of 2025, our year of our Lord, FKA Twigs. No.
There is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not going to make you guys like meet up and kiss.
Oh, Ethan is friends with Steiny. So Ethan is friends with Steiny and Steiny's friends with Tate. Is that the bubble? I don't know who Steiny is, because that's crazy. From the Nelk Bros, I know the Nelk, but I don't know much about them. That's crazy. No.
Or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking, you're either my best friend who's deep throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty.
Yeah.
Well, then you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is. And they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. Ooh. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
Yo, he got to be careful with that arm raise. You know what I'm saying? In this era of Elon Musk being a Nazi, you got to be careful with that arm raise, sir.
I would have been perfectly fine with.
Wait, what did that say?
Been perfectly fine with you not blasting me.
Fuck you, piece of shit. Fuck my friend too. Who I've stood by all these years. who now can't find their spine. I don't need any fair weather friends. Okay, bye, Ethan. Ethan is the fair weather friend. Like, that's the irony. Ethan is the friend that Ethan doesn't want in other friends.
On your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
At least say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that
okay, but doesn't Ethan constantly say Frogan is Hassan's editor when that's not even true anymore and hasn't been true in a long time? Ethan is the king of misinformation. Ethan is literally so good at it.
He doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do?
Yeah.
You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi.
This is what I'm saying. How can he say that Dan? We don't know anything about Dan. We don't know if he's a Nazi. We know Elon's a Nazi. He threw up a Nazi salute. I mean, guys, I don't know how to tell you this. There's very little requirement to be a Nazi. If you don't want to be known as a Nazi, don't do Nazi things. Okay? And this goes for you edgy 12-year-olds who need to grow up and figure this out. Okay? Stop doing edgy things and then expecting people to like be confused on whether or not. Okay? I love how the world is looking at like 12-year-old Palestinian kids and saying they're anti-Jewish, but you can't handle when white kids throw up a Nazi salute and we're like, hey, they might be a Nazi. Look, little kids are products of their environment. And little kids are being raised by pieces of shit that raise them to be bigoted, right? The world's a reflection of how we were raised. Okay, so like we got to call out our parents for sure. But ultimately, like, you can't be doing these things. Stop throwing up your arms. Stop doing Nazi salutes. Stop doing these things. Okay? You know, like, okay? Stop doing these things. It's not that hard. We have to protect the children by keeping them off the edgy, internet for real.
Fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself.
Look, for all of you bringing up the fact that iDub said the N-word, yes, and he will have to bring it up every time anyone interviews him for the rest of his life. Congratulations, sir. Yes, you did a racist fucking shit, and now every time someone talks to you, they're gonna have to talk about the racist fucking shit you did. And that's why we have to raise our kids better. That's why we have to be better as people. So our kids don't ever have to explain something they did because they didn't do it. But he did it. So now he must live with the consequence of the thing he did. In the same way all of us have to. Okay? I will have to live for the rest of my life knowing that I collabed with Destiny. Trust me, it haunts me every day. That I in any way, shape, or form thought I might be walking into a community that might be good in any way because I didn't do my fucking research. And for the rest of my life, I will have to live with the fact that I collabed with that man. It eats me up inside, let me tell you. But hey, what are you going to do? I did it. I did it. I did it. I was kind to Destiny, Sneeko, and Abba, and maybe I should never have. But damn, I don't regret my hope that they would become better people by knowing better people. Okay? And I'll never regret that. But let me tell you this. Damn. Now I have to live with my reputation the way that it was. It is what it is. We all have to live with it. It sucks, but it is true. Now people change. We all do, hopefully. Sorry, some of us change. But it's okay for people to bring up our past because it was our past. It is what we did, right? So Ethan has to accept it. iDubbbz has to accept. We all have to accept it. But once you've grown and changed, you don't get mad about it being brought up because you realize, like, okay, yeah, like, it is what it is, right? Like, it is what it is, and that's okay too. I don't watch iDubbbz. I don't know what else he's done. He's probably done worse. Ethan's done worse. I mean, Ethan said the N-word, right? Okay. We've all done stuff. The point is that Ethan is doubling down and iDubbbz at least isn't. And it doesn't mean you have to make it, just like PewDiePie saying the N-word, You can feel like PewDiePie apologized and it's enough to watch him again, or you don't have to trust him at all. You are not obligated to meet people where they're at, even when they changed. As long as you're not advocating for violence, and as long as you're not advocating for them to be hurt, as long as you are advocating for peace, you do not have to be friends with people that have changed or been reformed, because you're not obligated to be friends with everybody. This isn't kindergarten. Okay? Even if Ethan changes, nobody's obligated to be his friend. Okay?
Myself in terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say like, oh yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
I mean, it's on the rise. It is scary. Look, I'm a Semite, but I'm a Syrian, if you guys don't know. So I'm not a Jew, but people think I'm a Jew. And the anti-Semitism in my comment sections can get pretty rough, so I block people. But I want to make it very clear. Look, according to the Iraqi census, I'm an Arab. According to I'm a Semite. According to we're people. Human's gonna human, bro. We've all evolved and ended up on different parts of the planet. And we've allowed bigotry and prejudice to help us build up these walls and to carry it into the future. And all I'm saying is, let's deconstruct the bigotry and prejudice and remember that it doesn't have to be this way, but it is this way because we make it this way. We all participate in the systems. No ethical consumption under capitalism. It's very hard to be ethical in the world because everything is connected to some oppressed community. I'm not even eating cashews right now because of the mistreatment of employees in India, right? Like, I've literally gone plant-based because of factory farming. Like, we can only do so much. It's not going to be perfect, right? It's not going to be perfect. I will never, if you are new to my channel, ask you to be perfect. I will never even make prescriptions. But if you want to do anything to help the world, it's just be less bad today than you were yesterday. And eventually, it will impact people. Impact your family, your community, your kids, so on and so forth, right? And that's kind of the point. I don't think Ethan does that. I don't think Ethan wakes up. I don't think Ethan and Hila wake up and think, how do I be less bad today? To be fair, 99% of the population doesn't think this way. Because most people wake up and say, how do I do good today? Don't do more good. Y'all do too much good. Do less bad today. Because people, in the name of their good, will blow you up, will rape you, will kill you, will become fascists. People in the name of good will be homophobic, will be transphobic. So let's be a little less good and a little less bad. Okay?
Ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you are being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white.
And look, for all the chat that wants me to say it, girl, Hassan's not exempt. Hassan has a lot of deconstruction he has to do in terms of upholding the patriarchy because he's a man. You think I don't have criticism against Hassan? You're in the wrong bubble. That doesn't mean Hassan is the awful person Ethan keeps making him out to be. Hassan is more right in this situation than Ethan is. Okay? Jordan Peterson called it, Ethan, these Machiavellian mothers, Hassan, Pecker, all these people are coming to watch out for Denims. Ethan, don't close your eyes. iDubbbz might make another video about you, Ethan. Ethan, first they came for me. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do with the men, Ethan? They're gonna start rounding us up, Ethan. They're gonna make us trans. They're gonna put dresses on us and lipstick, like these Jezebels in workplaces, Ethan. I told you, Ethan, stop. Stop right now. Make it stop. Listen, okay? Up yours, woke moralists. Sorry, not beautiful. Jordan really got some hits, you know? Jordan's another one. Oh, the potential of Jordan Peterson. Ethan is becoming Jordan Peterson more and more every day, and it's hilarious. Okay?
White kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it.
I think that's the problem, is like, maybe right message, wrong messenger. Yeah, like, CPS should never have been called. I don't know. I think that's the problem, is like, and look, it's hard. It's hard to know the line of when you're allowed to say stuff and when you aren't, and what's okay to say and what's not okay to say. I mean, some people feel like when I go after their parenting, I'm going after their kids as a way, by the way, to avoid accountability, right? So if we go after Ethan, right, in some ways people feel like you're going after his kids. I do think calling CPS, even though according to the story, the CPS call came from inside the house, I'm a little confused about the whole story. But YouTuber to YouTuber, we shouldn't be suing each other unless it's like seriously a danger to our health. And I don't know why anybody, like, Ethan obviously loves his kids. I don't think Ethan and Hila have ever been anything but parents who love their kids, right? I've never got the impression that Ethan and Hila don't love their kids. If anything, the only good thing about Ethan is he seems like a pretty good dad, which is not a very high bar since I think most people are bad parents. But what I mean is imperfect parents. You're never going to be a perfect parent. But Ethan's like on the pretty good side of it, right? That's how I've always felt. Okay? But I don't trust Ethan as a narrator to talk about Noah, to talk about Denims, to talk about Hassan, because he's proven time and time again he's a horrible narrator when it comes to the truth regarding these people. That's why if you have proof that Noah Samson was a creep and, you know, spreading STIs or acting without consent, give me the proof. But I can't trust Ethan telling the story and coercing the victim who called in to spin a narrative, because I know for a fact he was using her to go after Noah. He didn't care about the justice of it. I just don't trust him to have the conversation, especially as a person who used to be a peer educator in sex education. Like, I don't do that anymore. But I know for a fact most people run into problems the moment they engage in casual lovership, romantic relationships, polyamory, or open relationships. And Ethan is too sex negative for me to trust the narrative, right? I'm not saying that we can't go after people, but the messenger matters. And Ethan's just a bad messenger.
Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is claimed, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes, it
difficult
does.
and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because
Every time I hear this, I think BDSM list, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready, girl. Sorry, my bad. BDS.
obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna wanna avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous. And he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on us Nissa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other
True.
tier of creators that exist below Hassan.
Yeah, I like how Sam Cedar was Ethan's friend when he needed to go against Steven Crowder, but he refused to talk to Sam Cedar when Hassan wanted him to talk to Sam Cedar. What are you gonna do?
But are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power.
Wait. Theo Fascist Vaughn? Guys, Theo Vaughn's a bad person. He full-on supports fascism, and he literally, like, he's basically pro-arresting Palestinian protesters. Like, he's a bad person. Why do you all keep supporting him? What the fuck?
They're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that. And I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream. You're not touching it. Fuck you. You're a coward. It's just his job.
Oh, he said you're a pussy, bro. And Ethan is. I get it, though. It's hard. The pressure is insane. Ethan is like in a pressure cooker. And it's really hard. It is. It's really hard. Look, human to human. Let's get grounded, girls. Let's get grounded. Human to human. It's really hard to watch people make content about you when you feel like they're not telling the truth. But what I would recommend for Ethan to do is in a safe space, truly like take a deep breath and say, is there any possibility this could be true? I was watching these political people go at each other this morning. I'm learning his name still. I said it yesterday on stream, but I can't remember how to pronounce it. Clevedar. I think he's like Irish or something in UK or something. He's making great content, and he said something really great in a podcast I listened to, and I was like, oh, he's really good. I'm going to subscribe to him. He basically said, you know, as a man, I need to double check that I'm not going after women in a misogynistic way. And I was like, oh, based. Then I saw the Vanguard. Yeah, Cavernical. I'm really bad with names. I'm telling you. Calvin, is his name Kelvin? Does he have a name, or is that his? Ugh. Anyways, then I saw the Vanguard, who I'm not a big fan of in the moment, take offense that they could be in any way misogynistic as men because they have friends that are girls. And I just thought, oh, there's the ick. You know, the ick is that cavernicle. Girl, is it the dyslexia? Is the autism? Who knows? Okay. Brittany, can you say Worcester sauce? Worcester sauce. Thank you, guys. Ghoulish Toad membership for 9 months says, hope you and everyone here is doing good. Guys, I hope you're doing good. I hope we're all doing good, okay? Cavernacle. Okay, so he made a really good podcast or video just saying you should deconstruct, you should consider it. And then I watched these two other men on the Vanguard get so offended at the idea that they could be in any way misogynistic because they have friends that are girls. And I'm like, girl, that's not how it works. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I am less interested in listening to people that won't even pause to consider they might be contributing to the patriarchy or misogyny or any of the bullshit because they have, quote, friends with girls. You know, that they're friends with girls. It's like Ethan is like that to me, where Ethan refuses to engage with the fact that he could in any way be, you know, Zionistic-y or in any way adjacent to fascism because he can't. Right? He can't. And it's like, girl, that's what I'm looking for in content creators. Like, could you pause and just think about it for a second? Which, by the way, even in the moment, if you're a little defensive, will you come back in 6 months to a year and talk about it? People have given Ethan a lot of time to come back and reword what he's done. I mean, you know, October 7th happened long enough ago. We're kind of starting Ethan's decline around October 7th. I think it just fried his brain, which is fair. It was really horrific, right? October 7th, disgusting. Horrific display of men and their desire for violence, okay? Just disgusting, right? Ethan has had enough time to think about what he's done, to read a book on Palestine, to think about Israel and the way that they're genociding Palestinians and targeting them and have been doing it since they've set foot and occupied that land, right? And he hasn't done it. He hasn't done it. Has he read one book on Palestine? Has he watched Gabor Mate? Has he talked to any professionals? Has he talked to anyone that isn't automatically pro-Israel in a way to make sure that he's not accidentally, or in this case now purposefully, doing Israeli propaganda? Look, I was late to the Palestine game, and I will deeply regret that forever. But once I was on it, I was on it. I read the book. I showed up. I saw documentaries. I watched professionals, and I was like, okay, I'm on board. I know 10 years ago, there's videos of me talking shit on Israel for going after Palestinians, but I did not pay attention to the subject matter, and I stayed ignorant. And it will be a deep regret that I wasn't here day one, October 7th, even though day one, 75 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But Ethan has had the same amount of time any of us have, and he hasn't utilized it. And that's what's sad. You have the resources. You're a millionaire. You have privilege. Let's go. And look, there are other places around the globe that are suffering, right? People have complained that we're giving a lot of attention to Palestine, which is important, but we're also ignoring the Congo. We're also ignoring what's happening in Sudan, which is true. It's a lot to keep up with. You are not obligated to keep up with every tragedy around the universe. But if you're going to make content talking about a tragedy, make sure you know more about it before you open your mouth. Because you'll end up, you know, like Lonerbox, like Destiny, like Ethan, in the end doing propaganda for Israel. And who is that at the expense of? Not only Palestinians, but everybody in America who might be siding with Palestinians being officially targeted by the administration because we're, quote, what's the quote? We're pro-terrorist now. Cool. So being pro-Palestine has now become being pro-terrorist. And now it's not going to stop or just start with Hassan being platformed. It's going to end up with some of us arrested. And that is how Ethan has contributed to fascism. That's the connection. And you're not going to make the connection because it seems so outside of reality. And you're like, it's not going to happen. You're silly. You're exaggerating. The last 90 days of Trump's administration has been a nightmare. And it's just going to get worse. And Ethan is 100% a part of ultimately uplifting the horrible messages coming out of that administration because they are best friends with Israel. And I cannot believe he won't even consider for a second that he might be causing harm in relation to this. Because God forbid Ethan do anything wrong.
It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic. And he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
I don't know what Chet's talking about, but Chet says, by your logic, then the US are a terrorist invading countries without permission? Yeah. Yeah. Hi, welcome to Duh. America also engages in terrorism. Yeah. Exactly. Like your dysfunctional family is also dysfunctional and engages in abuse, your home, America, also engages in terrorism. Yes. Okay? Yes. If you think America isn't fascistic, if you think literally Christians aren't trying to create a nationalist Christian like regime, if you think America isn't engaging in terrorism, girl, you must be in 5th grade. Actually, even in 5th grade, I feel like you kind of learned about America's terrorism. So now I'm deeply confused. Okay?
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
But shit, like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer now, dude. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
That was fine. Yeah, I don't
Damn,
think
that
it
was
was
wild.
that
That was fine.
big a deal. Of all the things that
Chad says, what is this button? This is the button that Ethan has to press when he says naughty things on the internet and will get canceled. So he presses it. Now, just like, get this. There are so many things Ethan doesn't press the button for. Think about that.
It always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Hila were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me cricket, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay. What? Button for that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
You are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused.
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's...
What? Why do you try to make that a Tourette's thing? We're not ableist in this chat. Why are you trying to make this a Tourette's thing? What? He tried to literally be like, is she coming for my Tourette's? What? He doesn't even know the inside jokes of his own community?
no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting.
Look, Ethan used to be so funny to me. The button used to be so funny to me. Like, Ethan used to be, I used to literally die laughing. And even my brothers and my partner, they'd be like, why do you think Ethan is so funny? I was like, Ethan is so funny to me. Until it just wasn't funny anymore, because I realized, like, oh, like, you're not joking. Like, some of these things aren't just a joke to you. Like, it's all fun and games. Everyone's so charming and lovable. And it's the same way people feel when they saw Trump on Logan Paul's show. It's like, yeah, I see the charisma. But also, you better be worried the moment you disagree with him, or he looks at you, or you have an issue together. Like, I used to think Ethan was so funny. And now I'm just like, oh, wait a second here, Gerbil is typing. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, love this era. Values for you, Brittany. Love love from Patreon. Like the stream. Let's go, girls. Love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
On your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. To be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
uh-oh, dun.
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, people are sensitive about women being called that word. And so...
like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just...
Oh, this was crazy, bro. This was before the nuke went live. We kind of covered this a little bit, but we didn't cover this part. He just, goes off on pronouns. He's like J.K. Rowling in this moment. He's just like full J.K. Rowling, Jordan Peterson in this moment. Where you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I didn't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POC. God.
Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not...
Just this is what I'm talking about when it's always like...
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday at the movies. Is it?
You guys,
All right, I'm taking my hand off.
What? Okay, well,
heard all that.
Thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
It makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
Chad, don't tell me what to do. Chad, don't tell me what to do, bro. Said, Brittany, do the Jordan Peterson impression. Ethan, don't you tell me what to do, Ethan. Like these Machiavellian mothers with their trans daughters. Don't you tell me what to do. These fascists can't tell me what to do. Exactly. No one but Tammy tells me what to do. Okay? Tammy and Jordan Peterson. Wait, that's me. Nobody but Joe Rogan and Tammy. They're the only people who can tell me what to do. Those are the only people I listen to.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
You just asked how it changed
surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay. All right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Dr. Peterson. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for funding the gay fund. After this, you're all going to be homosexuals. And maybe a little trans. Just maybe a little bit.
After his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer for you to.
Well, okay, this is why I'm confused about them, because look, trust me, there are a lot of self-hating Arabs in the world, in the way they're self-hating everyone, right? So again, okay, I'm a little confused about their positioning. I don't know why. Maybe they just love Ethan, and it's hard when you love somebody. Look, we all love somebody who's a bigot. Okay? If you come from a immigrant person of color background, girl, you know your parents bigoted. Don't even fuck with me right now, okay? The chances are, generally speaking, your parents going to have some form of bigotry in their hearts because all of our parents are deconstructing from their boomer history. You know what I mean? So maybe it's that. Maybe they just love Ethan, and it's hard for them to leave him, which I understand. It's hard to look at somebody you love and to see that their flaws. Like, that's a question for all of us. When are our friends' flaws too big, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. Just Phoenixa, thank you so much for doing the iconic JP voice and for dealing with today's chat like a boss. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that, oh wait, chat says apparently in the reaction of the original stream, Hila and AB get into it. Ooh. If you guys have a timestamp, share it on the Discord, because I'm reviewing iDubbbz's video right now, so we're not on the Ethan stream at the moment. We kind of covered it in the beginning. But that's the kind of stuff that I don't understand. Look, again, you never know why people do what they do. I always want to believe in the good in people. And sometimes I stay too long in connection with people because I'm hoping today will be the day, right? But there are also, like, I don't speak to some of my own brothers. And I've got 8 brothers that I love. With all of my heart, I love my brothers. But until they face their own issues and until they face their misogyny and they deconstruct, I can't keep inviting them to the barbecue. Right? Even though I've invited them to every other one, once I told them, hey, I'd like to keep inviting you, but I got to put my foot down. I need you to face yourself. It's really hard. I'm not coming from you as somebody who hasn't already tried to put her foot down with family. I'm saying, you know, this is friends. Now imagine it's your own blood. Imagine it's somebody you shared a womb with. Imagine it's somebody you share a mother with. Somebody that looks just like you. Somebody who shared all of your childhood memories with. And you have to look at them and say, I love you. You're doing some pretty shitty things right now. Can you please face yourself? And they're like, no. You're like, okay, well, until you face yourself, you can't come to the get-together. You can't come hang out. I can't invite you over. Because ultimately, I am here always. I am here always for you. I will never block you. I will never not deny access to myself from my brothers. But I also won't keep being the older sister, or in some cases, younger sister, who makes excuses for their behavior. Yes, chat, we're open with boundaries here on this channel. I'm open, but I have boundaries. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I don't put down ultimatums on people. But listen, just like Melania won't let me suck Elon's toes, even though I think it'd be very fun. She said, no, Donald, you can't do it anymore. And I said, but Melania, listen, Melania. That video that went viral, honestly, I was kind of feeling it. But sometimes you just got to say no. Sometimes you just got to say no. Okay?
To shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. Oh. All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change.
Okay, I have a clip from Ethan hit the button on AB. It's on X, though. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up or if it's going to stop me from pulling it up because I don't have an X account. Let me see if it's going to block me from... Okay, hold on. This is a Denims clip, it looks like. Let's just check it out real fast so I have context. Oop, volume up. Let's see.
We're going to go visit. We're going to show our kids how wonderful and great it is. While they're actively genociding people, you are downplaying that genocide.
What they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
Oh. Oh, damn. Whoa, they literally literally buttoned AB, bro. They literally buttoned AB. Oh, shit. That's crazy, actually. That's crazy. Wow.
And he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in the.
Hold on, let me.
All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play his song talking about Bad Empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with.
I wonder if AB, they don't want AB to go against him because people watch AB so closely. I'm assuming what happens is that they probably buttoned AB and they said, hey, we got to be a team in this. Like Republicans, you can't have anyone disagree. Marco Rubio, you better shut the fuck up, bitch. You know, he's like, you better drink your water and shut the fuck up, bitch. You know, that's probably what Ethan did. He's probably like, AB, we have to be on the same side, AB. We all have to take, you know, the same position. So they can't come at us. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking.
Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
Demon mode.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends.
Exactly. He's not even self-aware about the fact that he's the rich asshole in the room. You're literally what a rich guy does to people. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's not even self-aware enough to know who he is in the story, my bro.
Friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad. You feel hurt. But you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that.
Ethan is a Karen. Chat's right. Ethan is a Karen. I feel like he walks into situations excited to get into a fight. Like, Ethan he's dopamine seeking, which, by the way, is a trait of a lot of debate bros who are neurodivergent. As a neurodivergent girly myself, I used to thrill seek out of like jumping out of planes, but people thrill seek out of debates and starting fights on the internet. That's not me. I really am not trying to start fights over here. I'm just trying to explain why I'm right and you're wrong. But, you know, I'm not trying to fight nobody. So that's the thing that Ethan does love. Ethan gets a high off it. I can tell, bro. He snorts it all the way to the bank. He's just like, fight me, bro. Fight me.
Money to bully and intimidate people.
But yet, at the same time, ooh, this is so BoJack Horseman of him, which I'm reviewing all 6 seasons for memberships if you guys want to join YouTube memberships. Okay, Ethan, like BoJack, though, does actually have a deep fear of being relied on or focused on or perceived. Interesting. And regardless of what RFK Jr. says, autism is genetic, and Ethan's brother is autistic. There's something here. I'm just saying, girls, okay? I'm seeing a pattern. My autistic superpower is seeing a pattern. That's a joke. Autism is not a superpower. It's simply autism, okay? Sorry, I'm making a lot of jokes. I feel like new people might not be, you know, in the know. So I'm like correcting myself. But yeah, I wonder if Ethan is just like self-sabotaging. Man, I just reviewed BoJack again for season 3. This man gets his way every time, and every time he gets his way, he's still mad about it. Even when Ethan gets his way, he's mad about it.
These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point?
Chat says he has a strong sense of justice while being confidently very wrong. Well, the irony of a sense of justice is actually that it can be a disability. That just because you have a sense of justice doesn't mean you're right. Homophobes have a very strong sense of justice. This is I'm Autistic Now What made a really good video about this. Like, just because you're autistic with a sense of justice doesn't mean you're a good person. Elon's autistic. And what is RFK Jr. ranting about autistic people don't pay tax? The IRS better give my money back to me, bitch. Okay? I have a whole podcast coming out about that, because listen to me when I say this, okay? Autistic people aren't good because they're autistic. Like, BPD people aren't bad because they're BPD. It's your values, girls. It's all about your values, okay?
At what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit
which he does all the effing time.
like that.
So when Ethan does it, it's just a joke. When everyone else does it, it's serious. Cool.
Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that
Oh
than
no,
anybody
I was
has
just saying
about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just on his based on his
Well,
looks.
at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually even say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson.
Actually, true. Chad says Ethan was so excited to learn a woman might have been raped. He does do that multiple times. He did that with Myron Gaines, who we don't even like. Okay, we are not a fan of Myron Gaines or Fresh and Fit, obviously. Horrible misogynists. But Ethan does get very giddy at the idea that these men might have raped somebody so he can make content about it. That's why I say be careful of men, even liberal men, especially liberal men, let's be so fucking for real, who say they're on your side, who get giddy at the idea that they might have, you know, literally dirt on their like enemies in the form of your assault. It's very bad. Yeah, Ethan is content brained. I agree. It's really sad. It's not helping. That's what I mean. Ethan doesn't need to be doing good. He needs to be doing less bad every day. Let's go, girl.
Who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the majority.
Ethan does have a new tick because of all the stress of everything happening, guys. Don't put ableism in my chat. The sniff is related to his Tourette's. Okay? Okay? So you can stop being conspiracy theorists. He's literally talked about it. Okay? It's a new tick. Welcome to Tourette's. Okay? It happens.
Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful.
Also, just genetically, like, we change so much as we age. Autistic ADHDers tend to have a much harder time masking as they get older because it's literally so exhausting. So you might think to yourself, like, oh, like, this is new. You're not the same person I knew all my life. Yeah, girl, because we can't mask as well. Get over it, okay? So again, you don't need to have conspiracy theories around Ethan. I also don't like the anti-medical, anti-drug energy I'm getting from chat. Just a reminder, there's nothing unethical about drugs. There is nothing unethical about drug use. You're allowed to be on drugs. You should be on drugs. Drugs should be decriminalized. The government uses the criminalization of drugs to throw innocent people in prisons. Okay? Do not get on the bandwagon that doing drugs is bad. Doing drugs is neutral. Okay? It is literally, it's not unethical to do drugs.
Very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to.
And like, again, chat said it earlier, like, oh, Ethan might be talking about sharing Vyvanse or ADHD meds. Hi, have you never partied in college? Y'all act like you don't share your drugs with your friends. I'm sorry, are you really friends with people if they don't share your drugs with you? I don't know. But I don't know why you became the popo all of a sudden. As if people can't do drugs with their friends, prescribed or not prescribed. Okay? I don't know why everyone's being weird about that. Okay? Especially with RFK Jr. literally saying that kids shouldn't get ADHD meds because they're addictive. They're literally not addictive. They're life-saving. Okay? I honestly question you if you don't share your drugs with your friends. Okay?
Talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude.
Chat says it's a little different when your boss asks you for drugs. You know what? Not in all situations. Some people be fucking their bosses. You might not like it, but it's how it goes. This is why you should have professional lines in the sand. I agree with you, but humans are messy. Okay? Humans are messy. So yes, there'd be an ideal situation in which you wouldn't be friends with your boss just to help bring down harm. But the reality is sometimes you're friends with your boss. Okay? Press House, thank you for joining memberships. Appreciate it. Okay? Again, nothing's perfect about life. It's about harm reduction. I dated a girl once. We worked in the same section of a grocery store, but then she got promoted and became my boss. So I switched to a different department so we wouldn't have issues, right? Okay. I ended up losing my hours and I ended up becoming a huge problem and I ended up having to quit because they wouldn't give me hours in that department. But it's okay. My mental health was a mess. This was like 15 years ago. It's okay. I recovered. Look at me. I'm a full-time YouTuber now. Queen. You know what I'm saying? You do what you can in the situation that you're in, but it's not going to be perfect. Okay? I'm open to the nuance of the situation. But Ethan is certainly not professional with his staff. And that's part of the problem. They blur the lines between friends and coworkers. Right? We can have conversations about how we want to change that, but I don't want us to also wrap into this the idea that like people can't share drugs or that drugs are bad, right?
It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews
it's
at large
great.
view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not
Speak for my
motivated by
entire ethnic
myself.
group.
It's motivated
That's
by
crazy to me.
Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously.
And yes, I do think it can be a problem of a boss forcing you into a pressure situation to give you drugs, which would be very unethical. I agree. The boss has more power. There's a power dynamic. Ethan has a horrible relationship with power dynamics. I 100% agree with you, where he doesn't take enough professional, what's the word? He's not professional enough to mitigate harm in terms of the overlap between his professional relationship and his personal relationship with his coworkers. I 100% agree with you guys. As a boss, Ethan needs to get it together, right?
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because
Why does it matter if they're Jewish? You know, I wish it would make more sense to our brains, but sometimes the people we believe the most are the people who look like us or come from our background. Sometimes the best person to help you see the error of your ways is someone that you subconsciously trust more because they look like you. That's why men trust men over women. A woman can say the same thing, but a man won't take it seriously unless they hear it from a man because of sexism, right? And sometimes it just helps to hear a message from somebody who looks like you, even in a good way. Sometimes as a minority, it's easier to digest things coming from a place you know is safe. And because Ethan subconsciously probably doesn't trust Hassan because he's from Turkey, Ethan's giving the vibes. Ethan will have a harder time hearing it from Hassan and not believing it's bullshit. But if he hears it from another Jewish person, he might be able to actually hear. Right? Chet says our monkey brains are limited. Exactly. We are animals evolved over millions and millions of years. Sorry to squash your bubble, guys. God didn't put you here with a working brain. And even if he had, Cain did kill Abel. So I don't know how good that brain was anyways. Okay? So ultimately, like, we have to be okay with being honest with ourselves and saying, like, I don't want to hear this from you. Can I hear this from a person who I can trust deconstructed? Like, and Ethan doesn't get that, right? Ethan's like, why does it matter if it comes from a Jewish person? But then he's afraid to talk to a Jewish person, which is so interesting that he won't talk to Sam Cedar.
because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about this situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews?
See how he's fighting? And I know Ethan was really going through it during this time. My heart was really going out to Ethan after October 7th. He was crying. He was really sad over everything, which is so valid. We don't have to in any way take away Ethan's pain during October 7th to also point out that because you're hurt doesn't mean you get to hurt people. Listen, sometimes we hurt the most people when we are in the most amount of pain. I mean, that is why after October 7th, Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and all these people justified putting out tweets just saying decimate Palestine. Just because you're hurt doesn't mean you're allowed to hurt other people. And that is a part of our human evolution. We are just these petty little violent creatures that feel like you did wrong to me and I'm going to do wrong to you. But what if, hear me out, just because someone does wrong to you doesn't mean you do wrong back? Very brave. Very brave. Wow. I graduated kindergarten. A+, baby.
Jews at large. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely.
I did it. Man, I think I do this because of the way that I was raised under patriarchy. I infantilize men because they tell me they're stupid while telling me that women are too stupid to rule countries. And somehow I internalize that throughout my life. Men have the audacity to tell me they're too brain dead to do the dishes or clean things, but somehow they're not brain dead enough to control nuclear weapons. And as a little girl, I 100% internalized that. And as I got older, I absolutely made excuses for men because I was like, they're too stupid to understand. Oh, but at the same time, they think I'm too stupid to run a country. What the fuck is happening here? Weaponized incompetence is real. It's a real phenomenon, and we uplift it by maintaining it and assuming these grown men in grown positions don't know better. You know who can meet you where you're at? Your therapist. But I'm not your mother or your therapist. We want kindness for our neighbors, kindness for our communities, kindness for our loved ones. But your therapist and you can talk it out when you haven't deconstructed. And when you're a political figure or a figure with millions of viewers and you're making strong political stances, we got to be able to say something about it. The audacity of Ethan being so Trump-like and then denying any association with conservatism is so hilarious. It's the fascism, Ethan. That's the overlap between you and conservatives. Y'all can't take the heat, bitch. I can say bitch. I'm a girl who's also a man and also gay. So I feel like when I say, but you know what? I'll work on it. Maybe I shouldn't say that word.
Absolutely capable of.
Not around the misogynist. See, the problem is you say bitch around a misogynist. They think they're allowed to say it now. Misogynists can't say bitch. That's what I've decided. If you're a misogynist, you can't say bitch.
Of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and
Okay, for the record, literally, it's called edgy humor because we all fall for it. Literally, I made a video way back in the day where I was like, 9/11 is a little overblown. It is because I was trying to get you guys to be empathetic to the fact that other people around the globe experience 9/11 every day. But you can't have that conversation, and you shouldn't be edgy about it. But that's literally what the sentiment is. The sentiment is what happened to Americans once happens to people every fucking day. That's the sentiment. That's the message. The message is what happened to you once happens to somebody. Somebody right now is experiencing it and you don't give a fuck. That's what the sentiment is meant to express. It's meant to say, where is your empathy for people having their own 9/11 every fucking day? Oh, it doesn't exist because it's only sad when it happens to you. That's what the point of Hassan saying that is. That's the point of the video I made years ago. I know it's controversial. You don't want to hear it. But like one thing that happened to you bad once to you, you remember how hard it hurt? Remember how sad it was that 9/11 happened? Why would you in any way ignore the fact that that's happening to other people then? Why would you ignore that? Because it doesn't fit your narrative. You want to be the victim and nobody else gets to. You're not the only victim in the room.
controversial jokes at the time we made the show together because Who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
That is the dilemma with a lot of us. A lot of us fall into this bubble mess where we assume, like, look, being queer isn't a monolithic experience. Being autistic is a monolithic. Being Jewish is not a monolithic experience. You can't speak for all Jewish people. You can't speak for all gay people. You can't speak for all black people. You can't speak for all men. You can't speak for anybody. You can only speak for people in your category. So the way that I think about it is, okay, which category of girl, man, queer, Assyrian, whatever, which group do I fall into and which category am I speaking for? Because there are a lot of people like Brittany in the world. And we're all different kinds of categories, but we have an overlap. It's like saying I can't speak for all Tauruses, but I know what kind of Taurus I am. You know what I'm saying? There's different kind of Tauruses in the world, but I'm definitely a specific kind because when those TikToks come on my feed, I go, that's me right there. That's me, girl. That's me. And then I see another Taurus thing and I'm like, oh, that's not really me. I don't identify as that kind of a Taurus. That's because even being a Taurus is a monolithic experience. It's just a categorization. And the category you fall into is having a specific relationship with existing in existence. So, no, you can't speak for all Jews and you can't speak for everybody, but you can speak for the category of person you are similar to. And we all do fall into categories. We're so special and unique as a consciousness, but we're not so special and unique that we don't fall into groups. You know?
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's.
Well, I think it might be worse that that Israel is going on to war on behalf of Jews. I think it might be worse. It's like if white nationalists went to war with everyone who was brown because they weren't white enough. Like, it's kind of worse. Like, is Israel destroying everybody who's basically not Jewish or on Jewish people's sides? Because that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like maybe it's not for your religion, but maybe it might be for your ethnicity. That's why Zionism gives a little bit racist. Because you're doing something that nobody other ethnic group does. Like, no other ethnic group is like, we need a state for our ethnicity. Who does that? So that's why it feels a little racist. It's confusing. Like, that's why that when Ethan says Israel's so diverse, I don't know what you mean by diverse, but I feel like we're having a different definition of that. You know, if it's a state of Israel is a state for Israelis and people who are Jewish, how diverse could it be? Kind of feels like, you know what I mean?
Like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace, you know?
Yeah, like, listen to that. Like, this is just a place that only these types of people can go to be safe. It's like, I know anti-Semitism is horrible. It is. It's up. But, like, where's the trans? Can we have a trans island? Like a gay island? But one that isn't bigoted? But you know, on gay islands, like, it's not a monolithic experience. So there'd be, what about bisexual people that have straight partners? Can they come on the island? Or no, do their partners also have to be gay? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? What's the one thing bringing you all together? Your ethnicity. Like, what other group can do something like that and it doesn't feel fucking weird? You know, this isn't a monolithic experience. We're all unique and different in our own ways. And what about Jews who don't want to live there? What, do they have to now because they're Jewish? What about the Jews that want to live in a more diverse place? I don't know. It just feels weird. It feels like a weird concept. But, like, you do you, I guess. Like, but it feels wrong. It feels racist. It feels like, I don't know about this. We should deconstruct it.
Now, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go, like, sure. It sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, like he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together. So when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect defense.
Exactly, which is what Ethan is doing. Ethan is pushing propaganda by denying the fact that he's pushing Zionist propaganda. So when people say, hey, like you're being a Zionist, he's like, wow, you're just anti-Jews now? He's the perfect, what's it called, guys? Useful idiot. He's the perfect useful idiot.
Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as
Do you remember when Debate Bros community was like, Brittany can't say Habibi? She's not Arab enough? Yo, I can't say Habibi? What are you talking about? Like, what does that even mean? First of all, it's a language. Anyone can say Habibi. I don't know if they told you. But do you remember that when people would hate it when I would say Habibi? And they're like, why are you saying that? And I'm like, what? And like they would come for me. Bro, hey, newsflash. You can say Habibi, guys. Everyone can say it. You can say Habiti. You can say anything you fucking want. It's a language.
It's like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like.
And this is the joke, right? I understand the joke, right? Who's cool enough to say Habibi? I think this is funny. So I think it's different than when Debate Bros community says I can't say Habibi, because Debate Bro constantly came for my ethnicity, right? He would say, well, Brittany's not even like, Brittany's just a white girl. Okay, yes, like we're all white, but I'm as white as Hassan is white. Do you know what I'm saying? Hassan and I are the same level of whiteness. You know what I'm saying? But you know what we mean when we say not white or white. Yes, we're white. We're not white in the way you mean. So what they would do is they would discount our ethnicity and our background and our connection to places outside the US as a way to say like, oh, but you're just a white girl. In the same way that, funny enough, Debate Bro denounces his own relation to Cubanism. Isn't that interesting? He doesn't acknowledge his Cuban side only when it works for him. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like that, where like he literally has a Cuban mother, but like denies his relationship to Cuba. Maybe because like, I don't know, it's very weird. Maybe it's like internalized racism or some shit he hasn't deconstructed, you know? Yeah, conditional whiteness is a thing. It is a thing. Definitely is a thing. 100%. Right? I've got a lot of fucking white privilege. Don't get it twisted. Right? I know. Right? It is a thing. But it's like when it's used against you. So I wouldn't be offended at this who can say Habibi tier list. It's like funny. But I am annoyed that like Debate Bro and them try to use your ethnicity against you as if to say like, oh, you're not valid because you don't look brown enough, as if all people from like the Middle East or West Asia are brown. Half my family are ginger, and we're 100% from that area of the world. I did my 23andMe, girl. My family never left the Middle East because genetics are unique. You know, it's like, yeah, genetics are great. They're very interesting and diverse. So yeah, this whole hummus debacle is so silly.
You got like white guys like, can I say it?
Especially since there's Jewish people on this panel.
Slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is, they're not Arab coded at all.
No.
See, Jewish people on this panel were like, I'm good with this joke. And Ethan is like, I'm defending Jews. I'm the only people defending Jews. You know what I mean?
When I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't
right,
tier list.
Exactly.
Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it, because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is a fun.
Also, just Ethan thinking everybody knows Sabra is Jewish. It's the first time I ever heard that. You know how much Sabra I would eat in Seattle? And then I was like, I'm over it. I make better hummus at home. And I do. I make better hummus at home, okay? But I literally did not know it was Jewish. Why would I know that? And then Ethan would be like, everybody knows this. Oh, I'm sorry, Ethan. No, we don't revolve around your like life. That's the problem with people. Like, I do not. And what about the Jewish people on this panel?
This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white.
See, I don't identify with any white slurs. This is the difference. I grew up with immigrant parents. We did not use white slurs. I never thought about white slurs. No one's ever called me a cracker. I don't identify with cracker. I don't identify with anything white. I don't even think about it. I never think of myself as a white person in that way because my bestie's white. Like, my best friends are white, and I know what their life is. It's very different than mine. It wouldn't even be similar. Our backgrounds are different. Our homes were different. I grew up in a trilingual home. Like, I grew up in a completely different environment. Like, I could call my best friend cracker because, like, that she's white. But, like, it wouldn't make sense for her to call me a cracker. Like, what? Unless it's a saltine, baby, because we do love our salt. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make any sense. The joke doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? But, like, you know, yeah, for the sake of, like, white privilege and awareness of it, of course I have white skin. You know what I mean?
Than you. What do you
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker. But the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they drop the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like Hassan, okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just going to eat it up.
Ethan says, if you're on the left and you can't understand why these people were suspended, you're hopelessly lost. Yes, I'm on the left. Look like a giant fucking hypocrites when we look the other way when our own are racist bigots. As the great philosopher Mean Girls once said, you can't sit with us. We really shouldn't be identifying with the Mean Girls in the movie, but like, exhausting. This is like when conservatives play the race card finally. They're like, actually, I'm black. And it's like, okay. And it's like, well, you know, like, it's like, girl, Ethan's just like, look, I'm on the left, so I'm one of you. Look, okay, with peace and love. Okay. It's like when conservatives pick up a minority, be like, we have minorities. You know, it's like, okay, listen.
It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common...
Look, I love Arabic store. If you guys have an Arabic store near you, if you have access to a Middle Eastern little market near you, trust me when I say this, you'll end up buying some of the best food you've ever had in your life, okay? It's the one thing I wish they had in Croatia is an Arabic store, okay? But there's not a lot of Arabs here, okay? And I really wish we had one because they are the best supply of food, the best bread, the best food, the best hummus, the best tahini, the best everything. Okay? If you could shop at an Arabic store, same with Asian marts. If you can shop at an Asian mart, Mexican marts, fire, bro. Okay? You don't think it because of the way you've been conditioned. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, cheaper groceries, better quality. You won't believe it. But they are some of the best places to buy food. If you have access, especially if you're in Cali. Cali has an amazing, San Diego specifically has some amazing Arabic stores. Girl. And they have like different foods you've never had before. And it's so good. I'm getting hungry, honestly. I'm so hungry right now.
Relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra,
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist. Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this.
Oh, chat says, here's food for thought. People that have prejudice against Jews don't know they have prejudice against Jews. I agree with you. We'll extend it. People who don't know they have prejudice against Arabs have prejudice against Arabs. People who don't know they have prejudice against blacks have prejudice against blacks. People who don't know they have prejudice against women have prejudice against women. I agree with you. I agree with you. Most people have the audacity of thinking they don't hold prejudice. Everybody holds prejudice. The question is, what kind do you have? Let's play a game. What kind of prejudice do you have to deconstruct? Because all of us are born into a world that's already filled with it, and they raise it like we're raised with it. So 100%, I agree with you. Okay? Now what?
Incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know, he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
Chad, great question. Says, at what point do you know you've deconstructed everything? You can't. Truthfully, it's same thing with like enlightenment or introspection or whatever else. It never ends, guys. And I know that sounds exhausting. That's why people eventually stop. It's why Ethan stopped. Ethan deconstructed and then he was like, I'm tired. I don't want to keep deconstructing. It never stops. It never stops. You can deconstruct until the day you die because you will be imperfect. We all will. And most people, this is my theory. This is why I created my own philosophy system explaining why, like how it works. I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress. Women contributing to philosophy. Okay. People stop because it gets tiring. Because it is exhausting. Unless you're a person like me, and I think people in my audience, where our thrill in life, our joy is to introspect and deconstruct. It's like my special interest. Ooh, can I take this part? Because deconstruction doesn't mean to destroy, right? It means to take it apart and examine it and hopefully put it back together stronger and better than before. And it's like a car. You got to tune it up every so often. It's like your guitar strings. You got to tune it up every so often. We have to do that with people, ourselves, right? We have to introspect and extrospect. So introspect everything inside of us in relation to us, extrospect everything outside of us. Ethan got to a certain point of deconstruction. You saw that on his arc from edgy boy to hanging out with Hassan. But then he stopped here and he's like, okay, I did it. I'm done. I'm like, okay, but wait. You could do more. You don't have to do more. You're an evolved animal with millions of years of, evolution under your belt, girl. We'll all die in 100 years and nobody will know us. But I really think if it comes to our joy and helping the world and doing less bad, it would serve all of us to deconstruct always. But, not every second of every day. Play some smash a little, with your loved one. You know what I'm saying? Go out, party, have fun. You know what I mean? But yeah, a little bit of deconstruct, 10% of deconstruction every day, 5%, 1%, hell. Just ask one thing every day. Why do I eat this? Why? Like, I'm on a deconstruction journey about eating meat. Never thought I'd be that person. My brother owns a farm. I've slaughtered animals. I've eaten animals that I was hanging out with the day before. I've used to make my own beef jerky. I used to think we're praying over the animals. We're showing some sort of respect to the animals. It must be enough. And now I'm sitting here and deconstructing meat eating. Never thought I'd be that person. I never thought I'd be that person. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying you never know who you can be until you start to ask yourself, who could I be? Who could I be? I don't think Ethan ever asks himself. Like, I don't think Ethan ever sits there and thinks, wait, should I be doing this? And I think it's just, you know, it's a hard thing to ask yourself. Like, should I be eating meat? That's hard. You know? Like, that's a really hard thing to do. And that's why I'll never ask you to be perfect, because I certainly am not. But I, you know, deconstruction never really ends until you want it to. You get to choose when you stop being introspective. You get to pick. And that's why people are coming for Ethan. It feels like he decided to stop introspecting. And he wants the credit for being a guy who keeps introspecting when he hasn't earned it.
This one is actually best apology, so.
Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And nope. I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least.
No.
So I went to visit psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident.
I'm gagged. Stop.
That Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. And, you know, we might learn a thing or two.
I'm gonna cry. This is so funny. If you guys want to see my collaboration with Dr. Kirk Honda, you should watch it. But keep in mind that Destiny was absolutely blaming rape victims for their rapes with the way he was having that conversation. Because I had a collab with Dr. Kirk Honda about this idea of like, can rape cause trauma? He said some people can be raped and technically not experience trauma, but Destiny was making the argument, and I stand by this, that he was blaming people for being traumatized because they were raped, which is why I was mad at him for making that discussion a topic on his channel where hundreds of thousands of people were listening to him. Anyways, his community will say I was triggered. I will tell you this. I might have been triggered, but I was right. You know what I'm saying? I might have been triggered, but I was right, okay? Shout out to Dr. Kirk Honda.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no big drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official.
Guys, very important interruption. If you like my earrings, they are handmade, inspired by Mia. I follow her on Instagram. I just linked it in the chat. I bought like 20 or 30 pairs of her earrings. She even sent me a pair for free. She's so amazing. She's so talented. She's so beautiful. Everything about her is just so lovely. Inspired by Mia. Check her out on my Instagram. She's beautiful. Woman of color, gorgeous. Everything about her is perfect. Please go buy her earrings. She's very talented.
Apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive.
Wait, Chad says Dr. Kirk Honda did say Ethan has another reason to apologize again. So I'd say worse than a grade change is that he needs a new assignment that is failing. That's true. He didn't learn his lesson. Yeah.
sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Elon. Like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them. Right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility, that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Is that it? Whoa, that's the end. Wow, interesting. Did Ethan see the ending where people said nice things about him? I wonder. Now, remember that Dr. Kirkonda is in his 50s. He's educated. He's a PhD. He's a doctor. He's doing research. He believes in seeing the good in people. He's in a position of a different standard in a lot of ways, right? And so he is going to be compassionate. I think sometimes this happens in our friendships where our friends want us to play therapist for them. But if you need unconditional love and no judgment, you need to hire a therapist. Like, unconditional love in a professional setting is different than in a personal one. I unconditionally love my brothers. That doesn't mean I'm going to put up with their bullshit the way their therapist would. Your therapist is paid to put up with your bullshit. Okay? Because they're trying to help you actually get better. Right? I mean, therapists can literally work with like murderers and psychopaths. So like, okay. So I think sometimes in our own personal relationships, we tend to take advantage unknowingly of the people in our life by assuming they'll play therapist. But we have to remember, like, people go to school for this, right? Right? People actually are a professional and they can help you. And a professional, and I know as a person who, people come to her, I'm used to people coming to me for advice. It's happened to me since I was a child. Since I was a child, adults would come to me for advice in their marriages. Like, I'm 11, and people, like strangers, not even my parents, would come to me. Like, my parents never came to me to ask advice about their marriage. My adults in my life. And I'm like, okay. But I was well read and I sounded interesting. I don't know. Who knows why people do it? I think it's a very common autistic trait amongst certain kinds of women. So I don't know. I think that's what it is. I think I'm just in that category of autistic. But, it's one of those things where when you think about it from that perspective, you really realize like a lot of people are adults, but they are like kids who need hugs. Sometimes you see the little boy in Ethan, but the thing is like, we're not his therapist. Like, I see the little boy in Trump all the time, but I'm not his therapist. He's the president. He's really destroying people's actual lives right now. So, yeah, as a therapist, I probably could be compassionate. As a human, I could even be compassionate. But this is why I say, if you are ever in a position of self-defense, give mourning to the person who attacked you. Because you had to be put in a position where you took somebody's life. I said this to Rashad Crenshaw when I did a collab with him about sort of like war and the pettiness and justification of evil, right? And I said, look, we should be mourning our enemies because we shouldn't have had enemies in the first place. And the fact that we have enemies is the problem. The fact that we're living in a world telling our kids to treat people the way you want to be treated, and then you have the audacity to go and make enemies of people. Right? But this is our evolutionary experience. Okay, chat says, for context of what was discussed, clocked out, found full stream with timestamp 2:04. Okay.
This is
204.
highly inappropriate. Or I don't know what it.
Wait, 204. Okay, hold on. Let me go to 204. Let's see.
Because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist oh my god, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip.
Oh my God! Inspired by Mia in the chat. Girl, somebody said you don't ship to the U.S., but that's not true. When I bought earrings from you, you ship to the U.S., right? I don't know why somebody in chat said that. Can you confirm with chat? Do you ship to the U.S.? Do you ship to Europe? Because I do love your earrings, girl.
That it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel.
Okay, she does ship to US and Europe. Girls, go check out that link I shared, the Instagram link. Like, go share it. Go buy her earrings. They're great.
Israel, my lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Holy fuck, dude.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
we
did
never
you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point?
Oh.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style.
Yeah, again, and this is what I'm saying. They're acting like Israel proper, which there's 2 million Palestinians living there. In Israel with full rights. People just lie about the conditions there. They say that like Israel or Palestinians are second-class citizens in Israel, and or
you
that
go
like
to universities. You go to universities.
Wait, Chad is saying AB never came back. Did he leave the set? You know,
there are so many Muslim students, hospitals, Muslim doctors. It's like it's not what people portray.
Guys, when America first began, there were so many Black communities doing labor to build this country. It was so diverse. I mean, people working in fields, people working in homes, people bearing children, people taking care of other people's kids. At the beginning of America, people think it was like this racist beginning, but it wasn't. It was like so multicultural. And like Black people were there. They were helping. They participated. Oh my gosh. Like you guys, you wouldn't believe how people try to paint America like it was racist. God, I'm telling you right now. Talk to a Black person. They'll tell you. America loved them day one. Super sarcasm for those of my audience who are unaware. Very sarcasm, okay? Very sarcasm. Thank you for coming to my fucking TED Talk. Jesus. It's not funny, is it? It's not funny.
Governments.
They are in the government.
But the point is not that Israel is righteous. The point is not that Israel isn't doing terrible things. And like I've always said, straight up, is that what they're doing in West Bank is apartheid, and what they're doing in Gaza is ethnic cleansing, right? So these are terrible things. But what I will...
No, chat! Chat says, oh God, you got me. I was so confused. God, this is a very safe space for neurodivergent people. I'm being sarcastic. I'm trying to put Ethan's words back to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put it to, I don't know. No, chat said that was too real. Stop. I'm going to get clipped. No, I'm really trying to be just like sarcastic. I'm just trying to say, listen, I love America. I don't live there right now because honestly, it sounds like a headache. I don't live there because immigrating there with my partner would have been harder. So I love America, but they made it too hard for me to pick it as my home versus Croatia embraced us. And I really appreciate Croatia for doing that. It embraced me. It welcomed me. It gave me a visa. It gave me a home to stay in. It gave me the ability to participate in community. Like, I feel grateful to be here. And it feels weird to be an American who said, like, I doubted I would ever live anywhere else. But I left my country because as much as it said it would be welcoming, it didn't make it convenient or reasonable for me to move my family there and stay there. So I moved. I moved to a country that would embrace me. And now I feel safe and kind of privileged to not have to deal with America. But could you imagine if I had brought my partner to America to immigrate there under the pressure that's happening now? It just would have been so awful for us. People are getting picked up at their visa appointments. At least I don't have to worry about that here in Croatia. I go to my visa appointments with no fear. Versus if I was in America, I would be terrified. I would be terrified, you know? And so it's like, look, it's one of those things where nowhere is perfect in the world, but I think that's why we criticize America, because it is somewhere we love. I love America. I'm just not very happy with it. I love my family, but I talk to my parents less and less every day, because every time we talk, it's them trying to tell me that I should be more like them, the people who voted for Trump, than to acknowledge that half their kids left the Catholic Church for a reason, that half their kids are liberal for a reason, that some of their kids are more progressive, right? Like, I love my family. That doesn't mean I'm not going to call my family out on their bullshit. I love America. That doesn't mean I'm not going to call her out on her bullshit. That's all that's happening. You know, I love Jewish people. That doesn't mean I'm not going to cut out the state of Israel on its bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit, the justification they are making to genocide the Palestinians. It's bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit.
What I do think is that people think that it's like Jim Crow inside of Israel proper, when it's not. I've worked with.
First of all, Chad says you wouldn't be picked up at the visa appointment. It's targeted for Arabs and Muslims. You aren't. I am literally Arab. According to the U.S. or the Iraqi census, I'm Arab. I don't know, girls. What really is Arab at this point? I don't know. Are Iraqis Arabs? I'm pretty sure I'm considered Arab. It doesn't matter. You're right. I wouldn't be picked up. Hopefully, my parents aren't picked up. Hopefully, my parents don't get a notification that somehow their immigration status is revoked, because it would be a little bit funny if all my relatives got deported back to Iraq. Would be 10% funny, but not very funny. It would not be funny. But a lot of my aunties and uncles voted for Trump. A lot of my family voted for Trump. And they straight up were not born here. You know what I'm saying? Okay? So just a reminder. Okay? True. Chad said also the fear is her partner would have to go to the visa appointments. Obviously, I wouldn't. Yeah, my partner would be the one. But he's European. So the good news is that he should be fine. I think he's the right kind of white. Maybe. That's the thing, is like, is he the right? I don't know. The point is that it's scary. It should be scary, because they really are picking up innocent people. And that's my point. The point is they are picking up innocent people. And look, we can't keep saying, you guys got to be careful. Because white people really do think, well, it's not going to happen to them, so what does it matter? Don't think that. It could happen to you. It could happen to you. Trust me. This idea that it's not going to happen to white people is a myth. Don't fall for it as leftists or progressives. Don't think, oh, privileged people aren't going to be targeted. Oh, they'll be targeted. The moment they say something the administration doesn't like, oh, they'll be targeted. Yes, German tourists were detained. Canadians were detained. They're happy to target white people. You know what I mean? Just says, aren't you white too? There's the good kind of white to racists and the bad kind of white to racists. I'm the bad kind of white to racists. There's two different kinds of whites in America, guys. This is America politics. In America, there's the good kind of whites and the bad kind of whites. Hassan and me, bad kind of whites. Okay? Ethan, depends on who you asked. Some people consider him the good kind of white or the bad kind of white. That says Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I'm Assyrian. But shout out to the Jews, because they're valid. They're beautiful people too. I have no problem with Jewish people. Okay? But I'm Assyrian. Okay? We're all really related in the end. Let's all be for real. Okay? That's a little bit of a joke. But like, come on. You know, we're all out here marrying cousins. We're all related.
I live besides Palestinians my entire time there. Friends with them, worked with them. Like, they're integrated in all levels. So like, there's a difference. And to me, I was like, people have this wrong idea of what it's like. I would like to go there and show you guys that, like, you know, I don't think people understand that, like, you'll walk around like Dizengoff and you'll see like Arab families and Jewish families drinking coffee next to each other, and there's no problem. You'll hear mosques doing doing prayers from a loudspeaker next to fucking like a Tel Aviv.
Yes, but does the Israeli government press a button when an Arab says something they don't like the way you pressed a button when AB said something you didn't like?
street with tons of foot traffic. Like it is fucking interesting. And that's something that I've seen as uniquely from my lived experience there that I think is worth showing to people.
And we lived in Florentines, that's South Tel Aviv, and it's...
Bro, I'm sorry. This just came out yesterday. Ethan is still to this day doing Zionist propaganda and he can't see it. Y'all do know this is Zionist propaganda right here. He's doing it right here. Do you not see it? Like, do you not hear it? Do you not see it? Dude, he's doing it right now. Present day Ethan. This came out yesterday. Tell me, Ethan supporters in the chat, do you not understand this is Zionist propaganda right fucking here? He's doing it in this sentence. This whole conversation is Zionist propaganda. And you don't even hear it. You can't even hear it.
Super close to Yaffo. It's Tel Aviv, Yaffo. Yaffo is like more the Muslim side, even though it's both.
They're mixed. Yeah, it's not like that anymore. It's
but
just
we would go there a lot. So you go to restaurants where there's Arab-speaking people, and it's just, you don't even think about it twice. It's just normal.
Yeah, it's not. That's like no. It's not weird. Like, oh, here, it's not weird. They live together. You know.
Actually, that's a great point, chat. The people who support him are happily Zionist. Oh, maybe they're too Zionistic to hear it. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe they are Zionist enough. Because, you know, people, who was it? Wasn't it Justin Trudeau who's like, I am a proud Zionist? And I'm like, Justin, you've always been icky to me, but ugh. You know, is that it? Is that what's happening?
In the West Bank and in Gaza, it's a completely different story, which I say. But I think it's inspiring that you see that it's possible. It is possible for Arabs and Muslims and Jews to live together in harmony, and they do in Israel proper. They do. I mean, there's probably a lot of discontent for obvious reasons for how they're treating Gaza and West Bank and stuff, but like...
Chat said, how is saying a fact propaganda? I'll give you one. Guys, America is the land of the free. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm acting. 1, 2, 3. America is the land of the free. America is all about free speech. America wants you to come to America. We want you to come here. We want to build America. We want it to be a safe place for immigrants, for all kinds of people. We believe in diversity. America is a safe place for everybody. That's propaganda. Because you know for a fact, America is not a safe place for everybody. It does not want immigrants to come there. It literally is targeting LGBTQIA people. The propaganda isn't saying that they care about free speech when this administration is working so hard to silence anybody that disagrees with it. The propaganda is in the language. The land of the free. The land to be you and me. The land that arrests you and deports you if you, God forbid, say free Palestine. That's propaganda. And look, everybody does propaganda. But that's the Zionist propaganda. We are diverse. We're pro-Arab. We have Muslims around us. We would never discriminate. We're not, you know, all of these things. That's the propaganda.
But when he's showing stuff like
it's
that,
unrelated.
It's like, we are not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like the way they handled that has just been awful.
Yeah.
I don't even have words, you know? We've never once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even been like, yeah.
You defend it by going to Israel. When you say, I'm going to take you to Israel, I want to show you how beautiful Israel is, you are supporting the genocide. To go to Israel, to say it is a beautiful, diverse place while a genocide is happening, is supporting the genocide. Period. That's the problem. That's the propaganda. That's the pro-genocide. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be. You know, it depends on. I don't need to keep continually.
Wow, riveting.
One sec.
What is he doing?
We're just and my problem is he's not even really addressing honestly with what it is I'm saying, because he keeps showing headlines from Gaza, which has literally nothing to do with what I said.
Racist, like crazy, you know, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, Bibi fired.
By the way,
oh, here we go to the next classic.
The AB got cut off. There was some private information that was said that we didn't want to say. That's it. There was nothing.
AB got cut off because of what? Private information?
Yeah, he's going to show the Gallant thing, which again, it's like, bro, it's so played out. We literally...
Ethan Adila in chat said, stop calling it a genocide. Is that what happened? Was Ethan typing in chat, Stop saying it's a genocide. Oh my God, stop.
Can I not like? It's weird how they don't let you like you say something and then you immediately be like, I was wrong, but that's not okay.
No.
It's always like you have to live with this moment where you said something right before you apologize and you're like, oh,
Hold on, wouldn't there be a chat reply? Is it to block?
okay, I understand I was wrong
the
about that,
messages?
but that's not good enough. They're gonna parade this clip around forever. Like it's so fucking dishonest.
A really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators.
Oh fucking like, AB got cut off. There was some private information that was said.
Member said, did AB walk
Like
out?
we didn't want to say it. That's it. There was nothing.
Chat is annoying. The AB will
Yeah, he's gonna
say
show the
what he
Gallant thing,
wants. He's smart when he. Let me see.
which again, it's like, bro, it's so played out.
Someone saying mute chat, mute chat.
We literally, can I not like? It's weird.
Classic.
Society. There was nothing.
Trying to read
Yeah, he's gonna
chat.
show the Gallant thing, which again,
Yeah.
it's like, bro, it's so played out. We literally, can I not like? It's weird how they don't let you like you say something and then you immediately be like, I was wrong, but that's not
See, chat telling AB to shut up and then mad he was cut off at the same time.
okay.
No.
It's always like you have to live with this moment where you said something right before you apologize and you're like, oh, okay, I understand I was wrong about that, but that's not good enough. They're gonna parade this clip around forever. Like it's so fucking dishonest.
A really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content.
Ethan downvoted iDubbbz' video. What a baby. This video he's watching and it has a thumbs down. What a baby. That's so funny. What a baby.
Creators, Hassan, all of these different people.
This bro literally just like cut out some headlines and he was like, see, Ethan's wrong.
Yeah.
Like that's your fucking level of research, bro. This is the actual
Oh.
conversation. You're entering the Israel-Palestine conversation with that level of context. That's crazy.
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights
Oh.
with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome. Yeah, it's like they're all fucking dogpiling for the same dumb shit that you are now too. It's not like they're random people, dude. These people are saying
Wait, can
disgusting
we-
freak shit.
This guy that's on the screen, can we show his recent tweets?
Remember when he was laughing at Israeli civilians running in fear? Are you okay with that, Ian? Have you seen that? And are you okay with that? Some apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork.
Denims, by the way,
Okay, that's funny. He should include that.
was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no,
No,
Did I not go
no.
there?
And it's all culminated, at least.
You guys know how I feel about them. I don't need to say it.
So is Ian going to say anything? Because so far he's doing like the Philly D where it's like, well, so people on the internet are saying this.
Well, no,
And
he's
Ethan said that, and they're saying that. Let me know in the comments what you think.
he is
Damn, coming for Phil.
saying he's saying he agrees with them, but he's just showing
He's-
out of context.
He's not really
headlines.
though. He's just doing like a YouTube essay.
Let's see.
My story. In Ethan burning bridges with people until he
Some
burned.
bridges. I don't fucking care about any of these people. They're all a bunch of psychopaths. The dog piled on me.
Burning bridges. I don't even care about these people. They're all fucking psychopaths who dogpiled on me. Yeah. But does he believe that? It's giving. I want to hang out with you guys. You remember? Oh my God. It's giving like, why won't you let me hang out with you? But also, I don't even want to hang out with you. But like, I'd like to be invited.
For what exactly? Once again,
If they were all on his side, he would be there. It's the fact that like he's mad at them saying like Ethan can't actually be friends with someone who disagrees with him, which is fine. A lot of us can't. A lot of us are not friends with people who like disagree on values with us. But mind you that Hassan was saying very nice things about Ethan as Ethan was crashing out and only recently really started to hit back. I remember because I was watching Ethan or Hassan fight with his audience over Ethan when it first began. Like Ethan's just mad. Ethan will come back. Ethan's fine. And then boom.
saying that I don't think that Israel should be annihilated, that I don't think that the border should be immediately lifted.
Look, none of us, no one has said that. Hassan, nobody is saying Israel should be annihilated. Annihilated is a word. That's a particular word to use. That's an interesting word to use. Annihilated? Nobody is advocating for the genocide of Israel. Okay, but Israelis are advocating for the genocide of Palestinians. Like, nobody wants to annihilate Israel. And if they do, they're crazy. It's crazy to want to bomb a whole ass country, a whole group of people. It's crazy. And this is men's games. Men love to play games with people's lives. Okay, listen. I'm going to look at Gaza and we're going to make it a resort. I mean, no one can even live there anymore.
Have you seen it? It's a wasteland. I don't even know how it ended up being that way. Netanyahu, Bibi. Bibi, do you know how it got that way? He doesn't know. It's a mystery. None of us know how it got that way, but boop. It's available now. I think I'm going to buy that.
That I don't think that would be a good solution. You know what I mean? Like, okay.
The bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
Get some help?
Wow.
Like, who are you to like, are you actually serious right now?
Wow.
He's doing the get some help thing, which, by the way, he knows because I'm friends with him about like my struggles with mental health and what I've been through and how I've treated it and stuff. And like this whole get help thing, like, holy shit.
I mean, the problem is like, I don't think Ethan needs mental health intervention in the way that they might mean it. I don't think Ethan's insane. I think Ethan is bigoted and a Zionist. Like, my parents aren't mentally ill because they're homophobes. They're just homophobic. Now, all of us need mental health help. All of us need therapy, right? All of us need help always, right? Like, always. But I don't think it's mental. I don't think he's like crazy. I think he's bigoted, and therapy could help with that. But Ethan needs to understand we're not trying to be ableist. We're trying to say like, hey, bro, listen, I've had this happen with friends. I had a friend do this where they're like, I'm really upset with the shit you're saying on stream. I'm like really upset with your political takes. I'm like, hey, bro, are you okay mentally? They're like, I think you're the one who's crazy. I was like, my streams have been fucking fire the last year, so I know the problem ain't me, girl. Ain't no way. My stream's been fire. My opinion's fire. All right. And I was like, do you need help? Do you need something? And they were like, I can't believe you're saying this. And then boom, we don't talk anymore. Look, you can go crazy over political differences, but I'm not crazy. I'm just right. You know what I mean? I'm not crazy. I'm just right. And when you hurt a man's feelings, he will accuse you of being crazy. When the truth is, girl, look in the mirror. Now, I don't know if they're actually like crazy, but they were crazy enough to make a request about our political differences, which is what makes Ethan look crazy. How can you make a request of your friend to give up their values when it comes to saving lives? In this case, we're talking about people being genocided. That's what Ethan has to understand. If he's pro-Palestine, then I'm pro-Trump. You know what I mean? That's a joke. Obviously not. Cameronbo, thank you so much for the super chat. Your opinions are fire. Your super chat's fire. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I feel like, again, it's hard because, we all live in bubbles and we all have deconstructed to a level. It's like when you watch a really, 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 like, what do I say about Hassan? I say I prefer FD Signifier over Hassan because I feel like FD Signifier, one, he's older, he's got better wisdom, and two, he comes from a very specific perspective. I think he's, first of all, way educated compared to any of us, right? Like, literally is going to have his PhD eventually. Like, he's obviously like, you know what I mean? But he has the wisdom of the lived experience of being a black man, being a father, being all these other things. He just has insight and wisdom. So do I prefer him to Hassan? I watch FD Signifier. I don't really watch Hassan, but I watch FD Signifier. I'll watch Hassan when I need to research for stream, but I really like FD Signifier. I feel like FD just has that perspective. And FD will say, I'm making content for black communities, which I love, and I'm just a guest, and I love being there, right? But I've had people even tell me, oh, FD Signifier is crazy. That guy's a lunatic. I can't believe you watch him. He's insane. I'm like, FD Signifier is insane? If you think FD is insane, well, fuck. Oh, my God, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is what I'm saying. We're all coming to consensus about who we trust, who we think is crazy, who we think is too extreme. And I'm like, I can't even imagine the idea of being so liberal and centrist. You think FD Signifier is crazy. Isn't that crazy? But that's the narrative. And that's why I'm looking at these people who are like centristy. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? You know what I mean? And again, it's that kind of stuff where we're all coming from such different perspectives. But I think Ethan has been appropriately clocked. I think Ethan has been appropriately clocked. I think he's a basic centrist liberal who's grown up privileged enough but underprivileged enough to feel like he's rough around the edges but also earned his way to millions. I feel like Ethan is the underdog in his story, and I think no matter how rich or privileged he gets, he's always going to think of himself that way. I think Ethan really struggles to see himself in what category he's in,
And I think he refuses to engage in any deconstruction when it comes to this genocide and the conflict he's having with other YouTubers. And I think as long as he continues to send cease and desist letters out, we should all be aware that he is absolutely being fascistic. What is fascism in a social situation? Guys, what is fascism in terms of the system? We know what it is in terms of system, right? What is it in terms of social situations? Again, in an ideal world, religious people exist. In my ideal world, we all exist. In their ideal world, LGBTQI people don't exist in the same way. Women aren't given rights. As long as you worship a God that puts women second, you are upholding the patriarchy. Does that mean I would ever advocate for the eradication of religious people? No, because I don't think people should be eradicated. I think people should be liberated. We need to liberate, not eradicate. Any call to violence is the wrong action. I can explain to you why people choose violence, and I explain to you why 99% of the population will choose violence. I can explain to you when it is a justified evil. But I can explain those differences to you because I work on deconstruction, as the many people who have come before me have. But Ethan doesn't do that. Ethan doesn't think to himself, oh, I'm a part of the human being experience. I'm a part of being sort of a victim to my own biological experience and at the same time my environmental experience, that I'm a product of, like Dr. Kirkonda, to speak of him, said this on stream said this on a video the other day. He said, you know, I too, as an Asian American, he's biracial, he too can point out all the times in his life he's done things that were bad. And he says, yeah, it hurts sometimes to look at yourself and think like, oh man, I did those things. But that's why you have to ask yourself, especially when young people come to you and say like, hey, we don't say that anymore. Didn't I stop using the R slur on stream? Look at me, I'm so grown up. Listen, the R slur was just so a part of my vocabulary. And look, I'm not gonna lie, I still say it at home. Not all the time. It's definitely less in my vocabulary, but I stopped saying it on stream specifically because I was like, maybe the youngins have a point. I don't know what the point is yet. In the same way that I'm like, maybe the vegans have a point. I'm willing to see if they have a point. And I think that's the difference. Is like you have to be curious and open-minded enough to thinking somebody might have an answer you didn't consider. And I don't think Ethan does that. I don't think most people in like what I call two bubbles are doing it in the same way you think everyone is doing it, though they do it in some capacity. I mean, you have to be curious enough to say, should I do things differently than the mold? And then you have to be curious enough to figure out if the mold actually has some good input and wisdom. And then you have to incorporate the wisdom from the mold into the wisdom of the new. And then we update. That's why saying people are NPCs or bots is ridiculous. Nobody's an NPC. Nobody's a bot. That's just like language people use to dehumanize. I mean, biologically, scientifically, we are animals. But when people say like, oh, those people are animals, that's not true. We're just people on a journey figuring it out. But Ethan, I see him and many people like Ethan, they stop, right? They stop. It's like and listen, you know what the irony is? I have this podcast I'm trying to work on about RFK Jr. and autism because like this administration is so dangerous for autistic people right now. It's really bad, guys. How dare he say I don't pay taxes? Elon is literally autistic. What are you talking about, bro? Okay. He's like, autistic people will never be able to hold down jobs or pay taxes. Then what the fuck? IRS owes me a refund. Thank you, bitch. But listen to this, okay? The moms on Love on the Spectrum who voted for Trump, who are Republicans, how do they feel now that RFK Jr. has made that thing, you know? Chat said you literally supported Sneeko, known anti-Semite and racist. Now, for new people in my audience, go back. You can't because I privated a lot of the collaborations I made. I've never supported Sneeko more than I supported ABBA or Destiny, who all are misogynistic in their own ways, who I all rooted for, and I said they all have potential, but I always called them out. I always disagreed with ABBA, always disagreed with Sneeko, and I always disagreed with Destiny. The times we got along were fine, but I always openly disagreed with all of them. So don't fucking try to spread rumors about me in the chat that were never fucking true. And just because your boys keep spreading the rumor doesn't mean it's true. And you know what the irony is? ABBA wanted me to go harder on Sneeko and thought he would be exempt from me going hard. Girl, do not ask me to point out the one misogynist when you are doing misogynistic content alone. I loved ABBA and Preach back in the day, but you know they built their platform on red pill talking points. And you know I was giving them credit for becoming more liberal. And you know what I said about Sneeko was true, that he was open-minded. His brain just fell out. That's not my fault. He was open-minded. That boy went from polyamory to open relationship to Islam. That's open-minded.
Half of y'all won't even step outside the bedroom. God forbid you use a strap-on. Okay? So again, don't even fucking come for me right now. Just because the boy's brain fell out doesn't mean I was wrong. Okay? Chat said, Abba, I thought you were good. No, shout out to Abba. I wish him the best. But he chose Destiny when we reached out to each other. And he said he didn't care if Destiny abused abusive people. And that's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. No, I don't talk to any of those men before. All those men I was open-minded to because nobody cares about men's feelings. Big regret. Because all those men prove themselves to be misogynistic and useless. All of them. All of them. And that's what it is. At the end of the day, they all chose misogyny. So I wish them the best. I really do. But man, this is kind of the issue women face. We want to be open to men's problems. We want to reach out to them. We want to give them space. But when we do, they're misogynists. It's annoying. It's annoying, you know? So no, don't even come for me, bro. Okay? You know? Sociologic in the chat says 2024 was a year of masks coming off. You can't blame someone for being incorrect with their judgment. Bro, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was stressful. It was bad. I wish I had seen it sooner. You know what I mean? I wish I had seen it sooner. But no, it didn't. It just happened. And it's horrible. I wish I saw it sooner. It really was sad to see all of them crashing out, all of them. And all of them, some of them used me and their thumbnails, made content about me, saying I was being dramatic and I was drama farming and I just wanted attention about Destiny, while still in my DMs mad I didn't want to talk to them anymore. And then when Destiny comes out as a predator, facing a felony, you guys still claim, oh, Brittany just wants attention. You can't do it. It's never a good time to break it off. You want to give people a chance. You want to see them grow. Hassan did it. Hassan was friends with Destiny. Hassan was friends with Ethan. We all want to give these people a chance, but all we're doing is giving them a chance to prove how awful they are. And it is what it is. You know, there we go. They proved it. They proved how awful they were. But Hassan vouched for Ethan. He vouched for Destiny. And then it bit him in the butt. And look at him now. Look at the situation we're all in. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. All right? Anyways, okay, now. With that said, do we really want to continue watching this? What do you guys think? Should we go back to it? Are we over it? I'm honestly over these men, let me tell you. What do we think? You know? What should we do?
Talk about fucking like gaslighting or crazy making. This is really pathetic stuff.
Chat says, aren't you a man? I am a man. But I'm one of the good ones.
He doesn't have many nice things to say. Is he gonna say it? What are they?
This is all we're doing today, girls.
Eventually he'll find peace, and
once we're done with this, I'm done. We're doing it. I gotta go edit BoJack.
we can like rekindle our friendship.
Really?
I won't speak for Ethan, Ian, but I don't know if you're watching this. I just have a feeling that that friendship's probably over for the foreseeable future.
I like how they laugh at the idea that they could be friends again. You know, that's the irony of this.
But I appreciate your optimism, you know?
Believe in my friendship. Bye.
So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way.
Oh yeah, this whole thing started.
He's only 8 minutes, guys. He's 2 hours and 14 minutes into his stream and only 8 minutes into the iDubbbz video.
Didn't it when they made some joke about how I said, isn't that the gay one? Because again, I was being silly. We talked about some court ruling.
Right, I don't even remember.
And whatever.
In the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz.
Just for contrast, I've been here almost 4 hours, and we're not only done with iDubbbz, but we're already through a lot of Ethan's. We watched like, what, 30 minutes of Ethan? You know what I mean? We've done pretty good, honestly. We did talk a lot, but we did pretty good.
He's a good guy, but I don't like this. It's stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil, and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also, he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking
yeah, I mean, I thought it was insensitive.
Sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
Oh yeah, do a burp. It's so edgy.
He kept the burp. Yeah, he went woke, but he kept the burps.
The left needed some burps, that's for sure.
Ethan Busted, by the way, is still going on. Still at 50-50.
It's still at 50-50. I've been keeping an eye on that, and it's impressive. It's technically yes is winning, so it's 50.1 or something.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, but hey.
Oh my God, why are they watching the video? They're so bad. This is why I've never liked Ethan's research either. Like, they don't research well. They don't watch videos well. They don't know how to like girls. This is why I let the video roll for a few minutes so I can comment. I try not to pause it every 2 seconds because Jesus. Girl.
This $30 donation from John C. This video is terrible, but can we not lose sight of the fact that even these losers didn't want to hang out with Mike from PA?
That is the best.
It jumped out to me right away. It really did.
Dude, he assembled.
It really is like a gossip circle, honestly. Girls, here's what we should do. Subscribe, like the stream. Let's call it a day because honestly, we already know what it is. We already know what it is. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. I'm going to go edit BoJack Horseman for my members because y'all keep the content going. And I want to thank you for being here. I'm almost done reviewing season 3 of BoJack, which is very exciting. And yeah, we'll, I'll come back tomorrow for stream. Tuesdays through Fridays, stream, baby. Podcast, Mondays. Sundays, Discord events. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Shout out to all the new people. I hope you guys stay, watch future content. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Here we go. Some Samantha Dragonati to take us out, girl. Get ready, girl. Answer your phone. Answer your phone, girls. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.
What's your favorite scary movie? You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.